There we go. Regardless, what's up? Mic check, cam check. Think we're good. Jumping right in, we're gonna go right into rain. I actually need to pull up my planner. Also, we'll probably be making some updates on the stream. Do some stuffs. Actually, let's see what's happening in the Heart Seeker real quick. Someone said something was acting weird. I see. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. Step priorities. Don't worry. All right. Booting up now. Sorry, I had to kind of fix a thing on the planner. Sorry, had you guys on mute there for a sec. All right, so do I actually have all this stuff? I should have all the things I need for rain, but I'm gonna try to do both variations of it. I'm gonna do the let's see. Um yeah, I probably want to do the mythic version first, so we'll kind of put that together, see how it goes. I need actually, how many places do I have a Sky Hunter on? No. That looks bad. All right. I think we should be good. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's just see what spots I have Sky Hunter, because I'm gonna reuse Fist of Fate and Crown for sure. So can I do? I'm sure what all gear I have Fist of Fate on. Is it just 2 pieces? Okay, so I have it on. I have it as a boot, made out of leg. Okay, that allows me to do word on chest. This one actually dropped pretty like earlier today when I was just like running some stuff, so I'm actually very proud of this chest. So I got that for a chest, pants, kind of Lucian could stay as a glove. So that means I need a Sky Hunter boot then. Do I have one? I do. Although GA on the critical strike damage. Oh well. That's fine. Good enough. You know, if it's better to transmute boss master, just run the lower tier bosses. I'm hunting for mythics. I don't know if there's, so I know that there's a difference in the mythic drop chance for Belial, like between Belial versus the other bosses, but I don't know if there's a difference between, like, let's say Varshan and Duriel. I am not sure of that. Which I can help you, but I honestly don't know. I would just use, or I would just transmute the boss mass anyways and just do it. To be honest, I'd rather fight Duriel than Vershawn or something, or some of the others anyway. So, and Dario's not bad to fight either. Where's that ring I had? There it is. I'm gonna sell this because it's triple GA. Although the vulnerable damage doesn't matter, but the double GA on the Dex and maximum life is exactly what people are looking for in Rogue. So I kind of just want to sell that for something. Okay, so can I make the gameplay screen smaller? I think it's too much. The gameplay screen smaller? What do you mean? Okay, so we need to do. Okay, so we'll just do a regular bow. We'll need to do. Okay, so we need to keep shard. I wonder if I can just change out the. That shadow clone double damage though. Actually, what else would I run there? I heart seeker twice on that. I guess I can just reuse it. How many whatchamacalls did it take for me to get? Actually, you know what? Let's not. Let's not. I'm gonna just get a different sword or whatever. Yeah, we'll just go with a different sword. I'll be mad when I have to need this again. I'm gonna be like, oh man, I shouldn't have like changed that. That's kind of where your head is. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. All right, let's just get a masterwork the thing that we got. But man, the projectiles cast twice is just a very low roll. But it's really the best slot I can. I guess I can do crown. I'm gonna do crown on pants. Hold on. Do I have a Sky Hunter boot then? I mean Sky Hunter. Oh, okay. So I do have a Sky Hunter gloves. Considerably better Skyhunter glove. I mean, do I have a crown boots? I do have a crown boot. Okay. All right, so we can make that work then. Instead of me trying to make a bad, pretty mediocre scoundrels, Sky Hunter work. Yeah, let me say that right. So there we go. We'll make sure we got what we need. Crown of Lucian, Sky Hunter, WaterCon, Fist of Fate. There we go. All right, we are Gucci there. All right, so let's. Sojo, what's going on? I at least want to hit the double projectiles at least once. There we go. Another stutter step. There we go. Okay, I can deal with that. I can deal with that. Alright, and then here, I guess we just want the double damage. Has to be. No, because I mean, I get that. I'm gonna get that on my bow anyway. So I guess it's just the ultimate damage then. I really care about. Whatever. That is not what I want. I at least wanted some ultimate damage. Come on. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, sure, whatever. Good enough. So tempers. What's the build right now? Rain of Arrows. Or building into Rain of Arrows, as the title should say. It should say that, right? Yeah, building Rain of Arrows. Yeah, there we go. Double damage. Good enough. Damage per dark shroud. I wonder if I have enough rings though, to do that, to do that what I need to do already. Am I about to break this? Because I have to roll very specific stuff. That's why. So it's like. Wait, what? Okay. Didn't read title, just jump straight into the stream. Happens more often than you know. Really, I had a 3 category and could not get it in like 6 rolls, like 10, what, 11 rolls. Damage per dark shroud, really could not get it. All right. Wow. I will rip. All right, we go again. I could understand like a 4 roll, but a 3 roll, man, like really? I couldn't get it. Dash. Shadow clone. Actually, wait a minute, wrong Wrong category. There you go. That's he. Yeah, I did. In the title it says patch notes out. So I did. I got a chance to see it. I really don't know why they did that. Or I guess I could say I do know why they did it, I guess. But then again, I don't know why they chose to go that route. Considering that the damage isn't really the issue. The quality of life is more the problem than the damage, but I guess they kind of went with the quick option, which was let's just put something out there. Or whatever for rogues, so sure. Not saying that, you know, it couldn't use more damage, but I think the quality of life was more. Like, we're doing what they did isn't gonna change rogue standings versus other classes in the pit push stuff. And you're not gonna use it for speed farming. So like, you know what I mean? It's just one of those things where like, sure, but I would have rather for it to feel a little better to play, and that's all. But maybe that would have taken a little longer than they had. So it does enough damage to one shot every pack. Well, I mean, it does enough damage to do that now. I mean, at some point, the higher pit you go, you're not going to be able to do that. So instead of one-shotting like packs in like, I don't know, T100, like T100. I mean, you could technically one-shot a pack on T100 too if you get a high enough roll on Fist of Fate. So I mean, that's still the case. It's just RNG, right? So even with the buff, you'll still need to roll a good roll on Fist of Fate. You know, RNG whenever it hits for that to happen. Because if you roll a low roll, even with the buffs, you're still not gonna one shot. But if you roll a decent enough roll, then you will one shot, right? So the only issue with doing it with the Orphan Maker is obviously the attack speed. So it's like you're attacking slower, so you don't get to roll through more RNG chances in case you get a couple of bad rolls or whatever. That's the reason why, like, if you watch me play it earlier this week, you'll realize that like sometimes it might take me like 4 or 5 shots or whatever, or 6 shots to kill an elite pack on 100, and then sometimes I'll walk in and literally just one shot it because it's just RNG at the end of the day. Right. It's perfectly why I don't really too much care for Fist of Fate, but you kind of have to go Fist of Fate. What up, Mr. Goosey? Trying to hard secret, right? Yeah, that's what I'm about to do right now. You get the ancestral version right now. Cool. How's it going for you? Storm. You think Starless would be good? Starless would hurt the ability for you. So Starless will make it take more shots to get your Rendervilles off cooldown. So while the damage bonus is a little higher than like a regular ring, it will also mean you need to take like 4 or 5 shots before you can cast Rendervilles instead of taking 3 shots. So it's actually a damage nerf. That's why we don't take it on Rendervilles, because we cast less Rendervilles that way. I'm gonna keep Malice here. Keep this one. I kind of like the other amulet better. No, this one has Malice on it though, so like I can't, even if it is a low roll, I'm gonna have to keep it. Yeah, we'll keep it. Magic is neither good nor evil. So we'll change this to Vengeful. Behemoth is fine. I think we'll. No, Behemoth? Yeah, here we go. Put it out on the that. We actually need to match word both, don't we? Actually, we need a chant as well. This to max health. Yeah, that's good enough. Roll this to crit damage. No problem. How's that fixed where there's a second shot, get the damage buff, whereas the third? Or you can keep the buff. You can keep the buff up as long as you keep rotating. Are you talking about Orphan Maker? Yeah, as long as you're rotating, you know, you should, or rotating the basic skills, then you should have the buff up 100% of the time. Break Point, what's going on? How's it going? Not too bad so far. Just putting the build together. I got all the stuffs for it now. At least I think I have all the stuffs. Or my rings might be compromised, but I guess we'll kind of see how that goes. I don't really need anything special on the masterwork here, do I? Probably not. But we'll probably just send it and not care where it hits. Good enough. Yeah, good enough. And same thing here, right? Yep, same thing here. Wherever it lands. Sure. Max life. Yuck. Yeah, I guess, sure. Alright, so we need to throw all these into... Do I need any of these runes? No. So add socket. Unsocket. My runes. Actually, do need Zan. Put John there. Lock. Oh, they for these. Okay, there we go. Okay, what else do I need to do? Yeah, I guess runes as well. So, attempting to play with Cax. Wax. Okay. Stuff. Why do I not have... Weird. Why do I not have quacks with this? Supposed to be Zen. Huh. Let me check the ancestral, see if I did it there. No. Okay, Zen. Okay, I did it on the ancestral, but I didn't do it in the mythic? Really? Yeah, Cervex, Zancax. Okay, so Zancax. Okay, so it's the mythic one that I didn't have the right runes on. Weird. Yeah, Zancax is supposed to be the case. Whoopsie. Alright, that's a quick fix. There we go. Alright, so we got Cervex. Cervex. And then Zan. Quacks. Yeah. All right. So now I gotta do my rings. I definitely don't want to mess with that one. I guess I don't really have any other alternative rings, do I? I have some other rings, I guess, but uh, I think I use this on my dual basic offer maker. Okay. Actually, you know what? Do I need to? I guess this is fine. I think this ring is. They had a, okay, this is a test amulet. It's telling me I don't have any more whatchamacallits. We'll see. Did it work? I don't think so. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can do anymore. Yeah, I can't. All right. All right. I think it should be fine, but I might have to. I'm gonna just put this one on. Just roll with it. But we might have to revisit in case I run out of resources for her, and then
The wonders of sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Zephyr. Yeah, we'll do this one. Actually, you know what? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Okay. Okay. So I think this is fine. Here was. What's better, second GMs or max res or plus basic? Uh, Definitely the maximum resource, because you have so much. You have so many rates to basic already that the resource is actually better as a second GA. Okay. Guess we'll go by the skills. Let's see. You just need to remove a lot of. What do I have? 22. I still got pain gorges on. Why? Wait, what did I do? I put the wrong ones. I put the wrong ones on. That's what it is. Okay, so word. Okay, so WidowCon. And then wait, what did I just do? Crown. It's crown boots, right? Yeah, crown boots. Sky Hunter. Gloves. I put the wrong things in the stash. And now I'm like, There you go. Okay, here we go. I don't know why I paint gauntlets here. Oh, and I have Fist of Fate. And there we go. All right, now I have them right. I had the wrong ones in the wrong slots. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we're gonna have the ability to create a lot of max resources. So we know where to get it from. There's actually quite a few. There is, so you can get it from Beastfall Boots. Shaco has it. Tabasa Will has it. You can roll it on an amulet as a stat. We can actually get a pretty decent amount. It's just that they're on pieces that we generally don't want them on right now. Although I will say that the newish version of the Heartseeker Pit Push thing with the dual basic is actually going to be using Shaco and Unstable Power. I need to update that on max roll tonight or tomorrow. And I'm gonna do it with double basic instead of triple basic, but it's gonna be with Shaco. I'm gonna talk about the different issues that you can come with this. So like if you don't get a GA and you don't triple crit on the cooldown, then you have to run 3 basics instead. It's a really scuffed build per se, but it's gonna hit incredibly hard next patch. Like 120 plus for rogues pretty easily. Might actually be able to beat Barbs, so we won't be like dead last. But yeah. What else is there? Oh yeah, skills. Taika, what's going on? Alright, now my skill tree looks kind of like normal-ish. Yeah. I'm gonna do anything with smoke grenade. All that stays there. I need to put points into here. Could do points into here, but actually, yeah, I probably should. I probably do need the resource. One mic. Love this song. We got that. Why do I have? Alright, so we're gonna have to do this then. Yeah, it's gonna. We'll do it like that. Otherwise, I'm like stuck with that. They really should just remove the like the requirements for like the skills and stuff. It's just so annoying to have. Why is there a point there? Sure, we'll do it like that. I have to redo my entire Paragon board. Make 200. Yeah, so what the? I guess the machine gun. Just chilling, getting all the chaos armor. I don't need it as usual. I actually finally got so I did a little bit of playing earlier today, and I finally got like some pieces, like some chaos armors in the right slot for some builds, and I was like, finally. It took legit forever, but it finally happened. I think I don't need to change anything, do I? For chaos armor, I think it's all the same. Yeah, it's legit the same as this Fire Seeker. Okay, so Paragon board is what changes for sure. I'm at the redo all the Paragon. All right, so surprised they take dance so early. Oh yeah, I might not be able to cap my whatchamacallit because something used to not work the same way in game. So I might have to actually change a ring stat, a ring temper, which means I might have to brick a ring. Yeah, get the money. Build. It's a random arrows, but I'm gonna do it two different ways. I'm gonna do it with the Shred of Arathio first, and then I'm gonna do it with the I guess what I would call the speed version, speed farming version. I think we go up next first. We're going this way. Okay, and get the points to it though. I'm actually surprised I did this upside down. Not upside down, but I did it this way. I guess it's fine. Appreciate the follow. See the path field buff is giving us plus 20 damage. That's actually really not the big buff there. That's like one pit tier of a buff. So like we're not, I mean, you'll feel it a little, like a tad, like a teeny bit on like normal builds with like like for Heartseeker, you'll feel it. But like the biggest thing that you'll feel is the if you're choosing to push and do the dual basic thing with the unstable power thing with Shaco, like that's gonna be like massive because now Shadow Clone can overpower with unstable power when it couldn't do it before. So like that is like the biggest change going forward. And of course the buff to the Orphan Maker. So basically the buffs were more so for like pit pushing than anything else. So kind of like not really much that helps those who are, you know, who are actively not like pit pushing in like a semi-serious way, like all the fishing and all that stuff. Unless you're just trying to meet a personal goal that isn't that high, then yeah, that helps you. But appreciate the follow. Not much, like you just missed. It's you've been playing NHL, like you missed your Diablo. Just haven't had the motivation. This season is actually like this season is actually pretty decent. Like compared to the previous season, in my opinion, this is probably one of the more well received seasons than the previous or some of the previous ones. I mean, the game itself, like the base, there are some base game issues, right? Like some problems that the game has at its core or whatever like that, and those are slowly getting addressed per season. Definitely not fast enough for my taste or a lot of people's taste, maybe, but you know, it's happening. But the season itself is actually pretty enjoyable overall. Also appreciate the follows. Did you end up making any changes to Heartseeker Renoville on Max Road? No, I didn't need. There was no reason to. At least not yet. I tend to not make any real changes until I actually play it myself. Right, so like I put it together, everything should work out. I play it on PTR, so like I know what it works because I did something like this kind of on PTR without the water hook on bug thing. But there's nothing that's happened between PTR and live that makes me have to make changes to the setup quite yet. So when I play it, if I think it needs changes, I will. If not, I won't bother. But we'll see. I think the only thing I'm thinking about right now that I know I want to do is add the victimized version of it, the 1-to-1 Beast Wall Boost version or whatever. I do want to add that. That's the change for sure that's going to happen. But until then, we'll see. We'll see tonight. He said, again, these fundamental changes to stop season 1. Game still isn't fun compared to period to me. So I get what you're saying, but that's kind of an odd comment. How do you know if something's fun if you don't play it? If you stop season 1, which understandably so, season 1 was pretty hot garbage or whatever. But if you haven't played it since then, how do you know you like it or not? Or sorry, how do you know you will have fun with it or not? Because the game is way different than it was in season 1. Like, and it still has problems. Don't get me wrong. I am not like a staunch defender of the game. In its entirety, I say good things and bad things about it. But generally speaking, if I haven't played something, I don't say whether it's good or bad, or let me phrase this. I can't say something isn't fun if I haven't played it. Put it that way. But I do agree with you. Season 1 was horrible. It was horrid. I agree on that front. Season 1 was like literally like worse than like a filler. Danger was I'm back to the season so if I start doing risks or whatever. It feels like D3. Maybe I'm just spoiled with other action RPGs. Well, I mean, if you prefer the other action RPGs, and obviously there's nothing wrong with that. At that point, it just kind of just becomes about preference, right? Like, there are some things I prefer in each action RPG, right? Like, I prefer the solo self found and Last Epoch over any of the games, any action RPGs. They do that way better. I also prefer the Last Epoch crafting. I prefer the Last Epoch trading. I prefer the Last Epoch. Just the systems, like the skill tree is so much better in Last Epoch. I may not play it nearly as much, but I do enjoy those things better than any other action RPG. When it comes to PoE 2, I actually enjoy the pacing of PoE. In campaign, that is. Late game, the whole one button thing again kind of bores me when people get to that point. But I enjoy the campaign pace the way that is, which a lot of people don't enjoy. I enjoy that better than like the gameplay pacing of the other. In terms of Diablo 4, I prefer the visuals as well as the combat feel Diablo 4 over the others. So like there's definitely you know, I have preferences in different games. But because the kind of person I am, like I am a combat person. Someone who just, if your combat systems feel really good to play, I'm probably gonna play that more. It doesn't mean that your game is better. It doesn't mean that you do a lot of things better than other stuff, but just as a preference thing, because I like combat. If your combat's like juicy and flowy or whatever like that, then I'm probably gonna enjoy your product a bit more. That's actually why I like D3 as much as I did, was because of the combat, despite the itemization being really poor and like having a zero crafting system or anything like that, right? But the combat was so good. It was so good. Am I gonna play Hades 2? Oh, of course. I actually played quite a bit of it in early access. So I've actually been like, I got about a good 70, 80 hours in the early access of Hades 2. But I am planning on playing it probably, if it's not, probably sometime next week, most likely. I'm gonna get through the stuff I got to get through on Rogue first, though. Throwback Fridays. Mahale, what's going on? That's a good morning. Just catching your thoughts about mid-season update. You mean like the early season update? I think it's kind of hard to tell because like one of the biggest things is Infernal Horrors with the Spires and like how bad that was. So I mean, if they fixed it, then Infernal Horrors would be feel infinitely better. But we haven't played it yet, so I don't really know. The other stuff for Rogue is just more so of a buff to a build that's pretty clunky to play and that you're going to only do for pit pushing. Death Trap does get buffed with hit and run, but for like ultra speeds. So you have to have a really good setup to take advantage of hit and run. 1 meters. All right, let me make sure I got my stuff. Do I have all my glyphs in? I'm doing a lot of talking, so like I don't know if I hit the things in the right spots or not. Canny, Headliner. Looks like we're mostly kind of goodish. Okay. All right. Well. I need to check if the damage versus distance thing is bugged. Still, it is okay. So I think So I think it's our planner that's bugged because I think so we have to roll damage versus distance on something, on one item. Because on the planner it shows that it's 200, but in game it shows that it's like 169, even after taking everything. What's your build? It's in the title, stream title, and the planner is in the description on YouTube. At least I'm putting together this setup here. Alright, so I guess we need to temper. Should I just temper the sword so I don't ruin the ring? Yeah, I'd rather break this than break a ring because I don't have any other. I barely have any rings left. All right, so I gotta do damage. Marksman finesse? No. There we go. Natural finesse. It's a 4 category. I forgot. Really? 3 times it hit damage? About to say. I was about to say. And I guess I'll leave it that way. I know it's a pretty bad temper now, especially now that I did that, but it's whatever. We're doing Dance of Knives. How are we liking Dance of Knives? How's Rogue eating? I mean the same as previous seasons in term. If you're rating it versus other builds, like other classes in terms of pit pushing, it's the same as other seasons. You know, last place. But in terms of like overall, like end game activities that doesn't involve pit pushing, Rogue actually feels rather nice. I've seen Death Trap was speeding through hundreds. Actually, a lot of rogues can do a lot of robos can do that, just not as fast as Death Trap. The power is there, but Death Trap's resetting all the cooldowns like 8 times a second means it can move. It can just legit move faster than any other rogue build by far. But the thing about it is, in order to get to that point with Death Trap, like there's maybe like 4 people worldwide that actually has the gear and the exact breakpoints to do that. That's why you don't see many videos about it like that, because it takes forever to get to that, and it's very extremely gear dependent. It's also pretty macro heavy too, so that's another thing. But once you have it all together though, like once it's all together, it is absolutely nuts. Yes. Like blinding speed, as in like faster than ball lightning, faster than Spiritborn, whatever like that. In terms of if like just getting around efficiency. So in my opinion, I think that's fine, because like it takes, because of the amount of like effort it takes to get to that point. I think it being what it is actually like, that makes sense. What keeps playing so loudly? You can't hear me properly? Really? According to my OBS, my music is half the volume of my voice. The Steam is on your side. Well, like, okay. Okay, so I am absolutely starving for a resource. Let me see. Let me find a quick fix for this here. If I go, oh, it won't let me do it. I really hate these like whatchamacallit requirements. Why did I do this? I have to do this to this, then pull it back off of here to do this. All right. Yeah, out of resource again. I was kind of afraid of that. I wonder if I have to run a resource elixir. I probably do. So yeah, I think I might have to do that. I might have to. Oh, I got lucky hit on both of these. Okay, so one of these needs to be changed. I forgot to change the other two Rain of Arrows resource. I don't know if that's gonna fix it, but we'll see. I think it's this one. This is one I don't use. Yeah, okay. Okay, we go. Emperor. Let's see, how many do I have left on this? 3? I might have a reset. We'll see. I really don't think it's that though, because I get enough from Sky Hunter. 72, then Aftermath, 94. I think it really is just Cax. Cax is being horrific. Infinite Pig, what's up, man? Oh god. Alright, let me see if I have another, if I have a reset. I do. Good. British Shadow Clone. Uh-oh. Oh no, okay. No, this is the right category. I'm just not getting what I want. 2, 1, 0. All right. Well, rip. Yeah, I think I might have to just get rid of Cax, which is awful. Rivex is fine. Everything else is actually kind of bad. I won't say not bad, but it's just like everything just kind of pales in comparison to Cax. So let's go back to Hedge. You said break. Yeah, I mean I'm still gonna use it. It doesn't really matter. Could you play Diablo 3 and Immortal on PC but really enjoy PS5? Naughty macro bio users. Check yourself before you Shrek yourself. There we go. We'll make sure Rain of Arrows cast every second. I'm just reducing the cooldown of it a lot. And I'm using Shard of Arathio with the basic attack to be able to get to spend energy to get the cooldown down. Okay, so it is Cax. Or Cax was hurting. But that's the case, can I go back to what I was doing before? Can I do it without the ricochet so I can get the extra 15%? So technically I can, but it's like close. I mean, it's like real close. All right. We'll just jump straight into. Actually, no. Let's see if I got a whisper. Easy peasy whisper real quick. Uriel. Yeah, the GA on the cooldown reduction is very important on the Water Con. So if you don't have that, you're not gonna be able to cast as often. I see people like try to play this without it and whatnot, and you can, but you have to do like cooldown reduction on like an amulet and stuff like, or the rings or whatever, to really make up for it. But people try to do it without the GA on it, on the cooldown, and it's like rough. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. I don't like this ring. Really hurts. Honestly, this ring hurts a lot. But I really don't have any other range right now to sacrifice, so we're gonna have to just like deal with it. But that's all right. I gotta make some adjustments. In fact, actually, I'll use the obols that I get from Pit to gamble for rings, so I can different rings for the other setup.
It is done.
But yeah, not being able to do Caxo is really like kind of, I don't say awkward or odd, but it's just Cax is just it gets a lot of damage. Let's see what I feel like on 95. 95 is like my comfortable speeds for Heartseeker. I caught the armor dude on the other side. Kind of a bad start. can't move as quickly as I would like to. But then my thing is not coming off once every 3 hits. Which I'm trying to figure out why that is. Oh, dude. Yeah. I guess my movement is really bad right now. So is my resource. You know what? I might actually throw on Starless, but for a different reason. Because then I can run Advantage Elixir. Get like 3 or 4 more breakpoints on the attack speed there, and then maybe I'll be able to run Cax again. Yeah, let's do that. Because that was all types of like clunky in some areas. You can't push over 100 if Rain is not casting enough. Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, if you have the right stats and the right GAs and the right places, then you'll be fine. I did say Starless, right? So we'll swap this out for that, and then Elixir of Advantage, and then Zan. Axe still kind of works. Should. There it is. Alright, I'm gonna just plug it. Don't even care. Let's go. You're pairing on 265. Okay. I don't know how that makes it more relevant, but alright. Yeah, if you're struggling to do over 100, I mean, Matthias already did a 108 at like Paragon, like 220. If you want to throw out the Paragon in there. But, so I'm thinking really it's just a GA or something. Yeah, that was his bad gameplay. Oh wait, I just realized something. Alright, I'm gonna have to finish this rip though, but I don't have enough energy. Since I didn't go resource elixir. I know I don't have any master working is on the resource on my shard, so I'm not at 150. Whereas I was before I put on Sterilus. So this is actually worse without the red elixir. I appreciate you, sir. Mail. Thank you. Yeah. Alright. In fact, actually, can I change that now? Yeah, I can. Okay. I can actually change elixir. I actually didn't know I can do that. Never tried it. Yeah. Actually, no. Similar result. Yeah, I just don't like my movement at all. Maybe I got so used to Heart Seeker, but I don't like my movement at all. Let's go with the let's go with Beastfall. Hey brother in music, how's it going with the kids in the band? Not bad. We have our next competition tomorrow. But it's gonna be a long day tomorrow. I'm gonna both spirit decisions about this and spirit disc to the equipment if we want something. Sure, I mean I should be good. I think I'm I think I just want to do the victimized version, to be honest. So I would need to get rid of Sky Hunter. Or I did keep like a ridiculous Beastfall boots pants. The 4GA one. Not that it really matters, let's be honest. You don't really care about any of that except for the maximum resource and the unique affix, kind of. But the fact that it rolled 4GA makes me want to use it. Problem is, can I fit it with everything else? So if I do that, I'm missing. So I need Warthog Con there. If I do Beastfall boost, I gotta drop Sky Hunter. So crown will need to be a glove. Okay. Crown. Crown's a glove. Beastfall, pants. Warthog Con. And I got crown already. What am I missing? Oh, Fist of Fate. I don't think I have a Fist of Fate. Like, no, Fist of Fate is on the Warthog Con is there. I can only do Fist of Fate on the. Alright, so I guess we can't use this one then. We'll have to do the Beastfall on the. We do it on a glove, which means we'll put crown back on boots. There we go. So Beastfall, Word Beastfall, Fist. Brown. Song. You should see it. You should see it on my screen, like to the right. You see, like on the right or whatever. Yeah, I have that little thing up all the time now, so people can see what they're hearing. Favorite blues? I don't know if I actually have one. When I got that one to work, yeah, it took me a while to really get it to work, but yeah, I finally got it to work. You're right. Okay, so all right, so this gonna be the hard part
Yeah, have a wee gamble.
because the ring slot's gonna be very finicky.
Too bad, friend.
I might have to roll with that one. No, I forgot to favorite it. I forgot to favorite. Okay. And this one's quite bricked. So, and then there's one I save for. I need resource restore. Not restore, but what did I use the shadow clone for? I think it was for I think it was for the orphan maker. I think if I wasn't mistaken, I can get another ring for that. All right, we will. I need the ultimate skill restores on it. I have to have it. Come on. Of course not. Can I? No, it's already. It was already. Ooh, all right. I wonder why I don't have many rings at all. Like, what did I do with all my rings? I swear I kept it. I have 68.3%, so that's not enough. No, it's definitely not enough. No, you need the GA on the Rain and Rails cooldown reduction. You have to have it for it to be smooth. If you don't have it, then you have to roll one roll of ultimate Rain and Rails ultimate cooldown on a ring or something. But yeah, 68.3 is not enough. You want above 80%. I mean, you're not going to be. I'm saying you're not going to get it unless you do the GA one, but like specifically, you want the GA on the Rain and Rails cooldown because if you get it, then that's all that you need. What up, Josh? That's your issue. That's why you're not able to spam it as much. Okay. This is primary resource. So I use this in my regular build. That's why I don't really want to use that ring. I've already bricked like 3 rings already. And this one, I don't even think I can. Nope, can't. I'm already at 0 on that. All right, so. I think of another place I can get something real quick. Can't do it there either. I feel like I'm gonna have to save this and then go back to Heartseeker to farm for my gear from my rings. And hope that I don't break them. So I guess let's save what we have so far. And go back to Heartseeker. Why can't I equip this? Weird. I wonder if it's like conflicting with thing. Jerry Wolf, what's going on? Conflict with runes? Is that what it is? Okay. Okay. Do I have to unsocket these? Alright, well. Alright guys, I'm gonna have to put random rails on hold until I until I find some rings.
Stars guide you.
I bricked all the ones I thought I would use. Circe. Let's go Ahu. And make sure my aspects are correct. That. All right, well. All right, Heart Seeker it is for now. Only 20. Yeah, I know, right? 21 levels. All right. And make sure nothing else got ruined. I guess everything else looks fine. All right. I guess we Obel farm and Whisper farm. Don't touch that pylon. Or shrine, whatever you want to call it. Super Lictors, Gamos, 800 Ancestral, 80 Paragon. Should I be doing Nightmare Dungeons? Not doing Piss or Nightmare Dungeons? Honestly, I would say Pits to level your glyphs. And also gets you a nice chunk of XP to kind of get you Paragon. I mean, still do a mixture of stuff, but like I'd probably do more Pit than anything else around that level. Because at that point, the Paragon definitely does kind of matter for your character. Paragon and glyph leveling. And then use your oboes to gamble for slots that you don't have. It's kind of nice. Get the cooldown out, yeah. All good, man. Yeah, it should definitely feel a bit better now with it. But also stay tuned and look out for the victimize when I'm getting ready to create in about like 30 minutes, given I get the right rings or whatever. Because like I know it's gonna feel better to play. I just don't know if the damage is there compared to like the precision way of doing it. On paper it's not, but who knows? That's why we play tests in game. Where's all the enemies at? J Rockets, what's going on? Gotcha. I'm clearly learning. Just complete your T2 pit. Should I keep running pits at like 20ish but take longer, or farm super fast at like T1? So your pits aren't, so anything that probably takes you anything like within like being a new person, I would say anything that takes you below 3 to 4 minutes, or anything under that frame as a new person is fine. If it takes you longer than that, it's not worth. So I would just kind of start leveling glyphs, getting Paragon points up and stuff like that. Use the oboes that you get from Pit to gamble certain slots for gear that you may or may not have, like for the armor and stuff. And then kind of just like rinse and repeat for a bit. Like I said, don't do just Pit. Like if you have any Nightmare Dungeon keys or whatever, look for the ones that have a little red emblem, like a little red emblem underneath. That means it's a whisper. So that gives you 5 whispers for doing it. So you want to look for those and do those too as well, to get whisper turn-ins for some really good stuff as well. Amongst doing that too, you can also look for Nightmare Dungeon keys that have the affix chaos rifts, because that's going to help you too as well. So double bonus if you can get a chaos rifts affix with the little like red emblem on it right there. But it's okay to stay at level 10 for fit. They need to try to push for 20 plus. I don't know. Whatever it takes, whatever you can do, but like in under 4 minutes as a new player too. So if 20 plus takes you longer than 4 minutes, then don't do that. But if 20 plus is, if you're doing 20 plus in like under 4 minutes, then you can keep going a little bit higher to continue leveling your gloves. Okay. So I don't know exactly where you are with your gear, so I can't tell you that answer. But I can tell you in terms of like semi efficiency, like how long you want to take for stuff like that. Really, it should be under 3 minutes. But like I said, since you said you're a new guy, you might not be as like, understand the layouts of pits as well. So it might take you a little longer. So I would say 4 minutes. What build are you playing, by the way? Oh, you're playing Bart. Okay. You can say that's my question. You can find some more AoE. Not necessarily. You just got to reach the elites. So you kind of see what I'm doing right now? Like, I'm going directly for the elites. Because the trash mobs don't really do much for you unless you have a lot of AoE. Like a wide AoE in which you can screen clear. Not many builds can do that. So the builds that can't do that, you have to go straight. You have to run to the elites. Like these guys right here. Run to the elites, kill them. Or whatever. And then once you clear the elites, go to the next pack of elites. And then rinse and repeat. Purple guys as well. And I don't know what build you're following, but some builds usually have like a pull, something that pulls the enemies together or whatever, that allows you to be able to gather trash and elites together in an area. So I went the wrong way. Wow, I gotta go way back. Oof. Your ultimate does? Yeah. So yeah, you want to save your ultimate for when you're at an elite so you can pull the trash into the elites or whatever for a better clearage. That's the best way to get some of those runes like Cax and Vex. Bossing and also running the Tribute of Harmony, which is the runes tribute for Undercity. Those are the two ways to do so. Or you could trade for them in chat. They probably don't go for... They're probably not... Like, those aren't really expensive runes. Vex might be, but Cax really shouldn't be. Because it drops fairly often. This was a bad run. Like, pretty awful run. I might be desperate enough to like run like non-ancestral rings if I don't get the rings I want. Yeah, here we go. Tribute of Harmony. Also, I'm on your Heartseeker, Random Rails right now. I got everything at your ancestor build, so to be masterwork on this point. Like as much as you can. I wouldn't say as much as you can because you will be replacing a lot of those armors with chaos uniques. So like you don't want to spend all your mats on gear that you know you're gonna replace pretty soon. Jaw is like 200. Well, yeah, but Jaw is popular because, well, for one, for some builds, and two, for mythic crafting, right? Cax is good, but it's also a rare rune, like a yellow rune, so it drops more often, and you don't really need it for any like mythic recipes, right? So it's not going to cost nearly as much. Alright. To have you on my friends list. Give me a second. Let me at least get started putting together random arrows thing, because that's what people were kind of showed up for in a sense. So I want to get that going. I don't want to get too sidetracked. But yeah, I can, Mihail, for sure. That was a weird lag. Must have so spread out. There we go. Why are the enemies so spread out on this map? Like, why is this guy? Why are these guys in the corner? Like the very corner. A lot of walking. This makes for an awful run. Really? Okay. They did 122 on Pulverize. How are you liking Pulverize in general as a build? $121. Hmm. Vest going from 190 mil. Sounds about right. I would say Vex is not as important though. Like, Cax is a pretty big deal. Vex is nice to have. I'll put it that way. Dang, Agile Mind hooking you up, man. With those prices, can you hook me up with some stuff? Nah, I'm kidding. He must got those Timu runes. They work just as good. A fourth of the price. I'm messing with you. You get it from Wish. It's just, I wouldn't run outside of this kind of, so that's why. But it be hard to compete with that build, literally hitting for trillions of damage. Well, yeah, I mean that's not a, yeah, that's, yeah. I mean, Rogue's got kind of something like that too. I totally wish I could use Sterlis in the other setup, but I can't. I don't think I can. Not until they fix a beast in cornered on Tuesday. Really? There's nothing over here for you though. What GA is that? Got resist on it or single res on it. Burner, what's going on? Yeah, this is Heart Seeker. I'm trying to build Rain Arrows, but I need to get some rings. Or another version of Rain Arrows, I'll put it that way. You should have followed. Trying to level your guy for your birthday. We had to play much due to work. Gotcha. So you're off today? Is that what it is? Well, happy birthday to you. Morphin times, what's happening? On the Heartseeker Random Rails build by Victimized with Precision. It's not victimized on the Heartseeker Random Rails one. It's precision on that one. On the one without the basic attack is victimized. Because you have no control, or you can't really keep track of precision stacks. So sometimes you will proc it, or sometimes you'll be on a rotation in which you will proc it every other time, and then sometimes you just won't proc it at all. And you can't really follow the rotation, which is why I don't do it that way, or I don't build it that way. Guys, rings is so bad. I'm getting desperate. I think I'm gonna just use non-ancestral ones, I guess. Hey, are auto clickers and key auto clickers actually legal to use in Diablo 4? I'm not sure, and I want to ask beforehand. So that is a slippery slope, because on the TOS, technically using any third-party software to automate your actions is a bannable offense. However, if you're doing, generally speaking, if it's one action to one click macro, so like let's say a repeater macro, then you're fine. Like you won't get banned for that specifically, nor are they will do anything about that. But if you're like automating your character, where like you push one button and like 6 different actions happen or whatever, then they can ban you for that. Now, will they is a question, and have they during this time frame is kind of hard to say or no, because they don't publicly say, hey, we just ban people for doing such and such, right? But I would be careful of doing anything more than numb locking, or let's say a repeater where it's one button, one action type macro thing. And even then, I really shouldn't even be saying that, but like, yeah, I guess tell you from experience, you know, those things are fine, but like, don't get involved with like the people who are doing like one button does several different things, because that can get you in trouble. Numlock them. I guess went over numlock already. Constantly running, picking up eyes on me. I'm just faster from my keyboard there. Make sure that keys I specified beforehand are automatically repeated. Auto clicker, you're constantly running, picking up items immediately, and I'm just faster. So no, but is the auto clicker doing that for you, or are you still doing those like actions yourself? If auto clicker is doing the movement for you, and picking up items for you, and pushing buttons at the same, you know, in order for you, then no. Because at that point, that's just like botting. You don't have to move your mouse. Yeah, no, that's not allowed. Because that's pretty much botting. That's just botting with like a pilot to make sure that it doesn't running into like the wrong walls or something. So yeah, no, that is not allowed. Yeah, for real. because that's like automating your game, and that's clearly against the TOS. Now, like I said, when will you be banned for that? I can't tell you that. It has happened before in Diablo 4. They didn't ban for that in D3. But they have done it in certain seasons in Diablo 4. But they're, it's not widespread. It can get you in trouble, use it at your own risk or whatnot. But if you do get banned for it, then you know why. Doesn't actually get more damage. Yeah, but in the TOS it's clear. Automating your gameplay. So what you're doing is automating your gameplay. So that's automating your gameplay is considered botting in a way. It's just that you're there to pilot the thing. So I'm not here to judge you. I'm not judging you at all, Jeff Green. I'm just telling you, what the facts are when it comes to that. But they are clear. Yeah, they are clear in the TOS about that. Because, at some point, I won't say at some point, but like people play the game in different ways, and I get it, right? But they're pretty clear on that. They don't want you to automate your gameplay. Because at some point, what's the difference between doing that and like literally botting away from your keyboard? If that's okay, then botting away from the keyboard will be okay, and then that's not okay. You know what I mean? Right. Just find it more relaxing. I'm sure you do. Yeah, I'm sure. But then the people who also bot and are not at the keyboard, they're botting at work, finds it more efficient and more relaxing too to get gear. And then at that point, how do you explain? How do you make that not be okay as well? So people who literally bot can use that same reasoning and say, well, yeah, this is more relaxing and it's more efficient to get gear this way. Why can't I just bot and not play the game, right? So there has to be a line that Blizzard has to draw with that. Or any company, really. Let's be honest. So really, they just say they use a third party, so like programs or software, in which that definitely is. But yeah, like I said, you can do it if you want. But it is against the TOS, and it is a bannable offense, and they can take action if or when they want to. So use that at your own risk. But I would never promote it or tell others to do it. You still have to use the mouse and turn the off clickers on and off. A character doesn't walk the right path or pick up the items by themselves. But like if you don't use any of the skills yourself, if literally you don't attack, you don't have to worry about defense or anything. All you do is just hold down the mouse button and click things. I mean, that's all. That's still automation. I mean, it's kind of point. And again, different people play the game for different ways. But I guess my thought is like, it's probably more relaxing, but like, what do you gain out of it as a player? Like when we play games, isn't the point to click things and watch things die when we click? Like, when we play first person shooters, we hit left click without mouse or right click without mouse, depending on how you have it set up and played. Scope with your right click with your left click, headshot, boom, that feels great. But imagine like if all I did was just use WASD and then like the game auto aimed and killed for me, and all I did was just move around. Like, I find that not as much fun. Maybe that's me. I don't know. But like, we go to work, we come home, we play games to have fun with them, I guess, right? Like, and the fun factor is having to push an action for something to happen. At least that's how I grew up, right? Like, Street Fighter wasn't automated for me. StarCraft wasn't automated for me. Like, I have fun because I had to do the things. But yeah, I guess what you're saying is I just want to use my mouse and do this and then pick up the items, right? But it's like, like you just, after a 10,000th dungeon, you eventually get sick of pressing the same keys all the time, which is why I automated. Well, I mean, at that point, just play a different game. If the game is like, what I'm saying? Like at that point, it's like, maybe you're just tired of it, right? You've done 4 or 5 hours of gameplay. Maybe you play something else different, which requires different pressings of keys that you're not mind numbed of. You know what I mean? Like that, it can't be one of those things. I'll put it this way: it can't be one of those things where Blizzard makes that legal for any particular reason, because it's technically botting. It's botting with a pilot, is what it is. And again, I'm not judging you by any means. So it's not a me thing. It's not a whatever. It's definitely a policy thing. And like I said, use at your own risk, but personally, I wouldn't do it. If you want to numlock, sure. So if you want to numlock some of your stuff or whatever, some of them, and then I guess, click on some buttons sometimes, or some of the buttons, then sure, you can go that route, because that is legal, right? But yeah. It's more like WoW macros and botting. Yeah, I guess you could say so. It's like, you can almost, I guess you can almost call it a script, like scripting as well. But that's a slippery slope. I don't want to say that, because scripting is definitely not allowed. I just don't want you to get in trouble. I think that's my thing, Jeff Gree. Like, you're free to do whatever you want. I just don't want to see you lose your account over something as kind of silly as that. You know what I mean? Like, silly as in like, not knowing that will get you banned, in a sense. Like, I mean, so kudos on you asking, for sure. But yeah, I guess don't want to see you lose your account randomly. And it may not be this season. It could be next season that happens. Like, if you were using it and they banned you for it, and you're like, what the hell? I have no idea what's going on, right? I just don't want you. Yeah, I just don't want to see you go through that. That's all. But I will say this though, and I know everybody's different. So for me, I'm 40. I know I probably don't look like it, but I'm 40 years old. I do a lot of things with my wrist, and fingers for a living. I'm a percussionist, so I literally bang on things for a living, and I teach kids how to also bang on hard surfaces for a living, like Kevlar based surfaces for a living. So the amount of impact that happens on their hands and wrists as they're playing the drum, you know, can have lifelong damaging consequences for your wrists and fingers. Okay. So what I would tell my students all the time to make sure that they, you know, they don't, like, this isn't harmful long term for them if they just choose to do this, you know, for all 4 years in high school, is like learn how to relax your muscles and your fingers and your wrists so the blood can flow. Usually the bigger problem usually becomes when you're tense and you're stressed. A lot of times if you're stressing your wrists, or there's a lot of impact you feel in your wrist, or a lot of like impact you feel in your fingers and whatnot, and you're like tense, then like you're also losing a lot of blood flow. Like oxygen is not able to flow, you get tense, and then that also causes more issues. But if you actually relax between every click, every button press, just like I do when I tell my kids, like, relax after every single stroke when you're hitting the drum with the stick or whatever like that, it actually allows you to be able to play a lot longer without being tired, without tiring your wrists or fingers. So actually I can do this literally for 12, 13, 14 hours, stuff like that, and my hands, fingers, and wrists will never get tired. But I'm also very well aware of how to actually relax between each keystroke in general. I really learned how to do that when I was playing StarCraft 2, to be honest with you. That was that and the drumming thing. But StarCraft 2 definitely helped me out a lot with that, because constantly 250 APM throughout the entire matches. But yeah, learning how to do that helps a ton. And this is something that like people just don't tell you in general. But like, yeah, when you're gaming, like when you're pressing and clicking and stuff like that, doing clicks, like relax, like completely relax your fingers, your wrists, and things between each click. And it might seem like it's crazy to think, okay, well, you're trying to tell me I got to think about relaxing after every single click. The answer is yes. But once you understand, once you get the muscle memory to not tense like that, and just to do a quick click and then allow oxygen to get to your fingers and wrists, you will have a lot less problems with your wrists and fingers and your hands going forward. It's the only reason why my wrists and hands and, you know, and fingers have lasted this long for the activity that I do, whether it's gaming and also percussion. And I'm very surprised I don't see like YouTube videos or tutorials or like that really talking about this or expanding upon this, because that literally helps your tendons and things like that. Knowing how to push buttons, how to click properly in terms of long-term health of your hands. I don't have another. Okay, so I got one decent ring. Let me see if I can get like a quick whisper somewhere. So no. Actually, wait a minute. Do I? Yeah. I have a Nightmare Dungeon sigil. Let's do that one real quick. Oh, I gotta do these. Yes, I actually do want the ovals. This is massive. That was massive actually. That was like I've never been so excited to see an oboe goblin. I'm out of energy. Okay. Yeah. That that oboe goblin was goated. So what kind of ring am I looking for? GA attack speed is good enough. Got my 4 tips about your gear. Are you Mihail, are you still there? Oh, two-hand weapons. You said we're on the friend list, right? I might have to change your crossplay settings though. Dread, what's up? You missed out. I had a pretty long conversation about hand management, hand and wrist management. I think what I might do is they got GA attack speed. It's really not necessarily where the GA is. I mean, I kind of just want Dex and health, honestly. Dex health and all res is kind of what I'm looking for.
Phoenix Fufu raided my stream with 4
Yo,
viewers.
Darkside, we just got raided, son.
What up, Phoenix?
You know how we do.
What's happening?
Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
Sheezy out. What up, Phoenix? I think it's been a minute, man. How you doing? Drew, haven't seen that name in a while as well. How's it going? All right, let me exit game and turn my crossplay settings on, and then request invite. I'll take the ring, but it'll be kind of like a temporary thing. Oof with my transmog. Wait, why did my transmog go back to this? Why is it that the helm and my bow transmog never stay? I don't know what it is, but like especially the bow, like the weapon transmog never stays for me. But Dre, how have you been? We need a cap trans. Yeah, we do, man. Let me get my Kango hat, man. Was doing some D4 hardcore Druid shred stuff. Game keeps overloading, crashing, so very slow progress. Gotcha. If it changes from bow to crossbow, the transmog goes away. But I didn't know. I changed from bow to bow. I haven't worn a crossbow in a while. That's the thing. Add in Thug Life glasses transmog. I need some Dashizi merc, man. Get some Dashizi brand Thug Life glasses. You have a GA Dex with live and res. You mind if I get that for testing? Request invite whenever you get a minute. What am I looking for? View profile. Okay. Hey, so question: why the vulnerable damage gems? The blue gems. We no longer need to scale like victimize or anything like that. I mean, it doesn't really matter which one you really go. I mean, you can do green or blue. It doesn't technically matter. But what made you choose the blue? All right, thank you, thank you. You don't know. That's a great answer. I like that. I like the honesty. It's like you didn't make any excuses. Like I don't know. I do that too. I do that too. You did have two more creative roots in our projects. Okay. Also, finally done with major home projects. Wallet appreciates that. I know that feeling, man. I've had a lot of home because like we just got our home a year and a half ago, roughly. So I've done a lot of, as a male in the house, having to do a lot of things around the house, reinvent the garage into an actual room and stuff. Just playing Victimize, yeah. All right, so even with Victimize, it doesn't matter because Victimize, it doesn't matter that you have vulnerable damage for Victimize. Because all you have to do is just the proc just needs to hit the enemy and you get 75% debuff on the enemy. So the vulnerable damage doesn't matter at all. But I get what you're trying to do. Let's see. What a con. Yeah. Okay, so now you got the... Actually, did you... I just realized that. Did you choose to triple crit that? You didn't need to do that. I mean, it's not gonna hurt anything, but you definitely didn't need to do that. Just having a GA on it was more than enough. As long as you have it, then you'll be able to cap your cooldown from random arrows. It's just having a G on it is like the most important part. But honestly, you can kind of just do. You can crit on the ultimate damage really. Again, it doesn't hurt anything, but it's not going to help anything to crit on it. You just need the GA on it. Will I make a pin shot build this season? I have no idea, honestly. Crown of Lucian's great. Sky Hunter's good. Sky Hunter's good. Although you would want the GA to be on the marksman project. Actually, yeah, you want to crit on the marksman projectiles, honestly. Because that's how you get your second wave of random arrows with this setup. So marksman projectiles also includes random arrows. So you actually want to try your best to try to get one with the with the GA on the marksman projectiles, and also try to crit it if you can. So, and you got the lowest roll too. So you got the worst possible scenario for your Sky Hunter, unfortunately, for this particular setup. It's not your fault. Don't get me wrong. It's just that you definitely want by far the most important stat on this for the Sky Hunter for this setup is the marksman projectiles cast wise by far. Fist of Fate is fine. Double damage, Renovator's double damage is fine. You got here. Okay, cool. Yep. And yep. Okay. So here is a slight issue. Just because you got a pretty low roll on your Shard of Wrath. Okay, so here's the thing. You will need... I probably should have explained this better, but I just kind of made the assumption without like really, really thinking about it. So for Rain of Arrows, you want 150 energy. Okay? You want 150 energy. So right now, looking at your gear and stuff, you only have, even with the resource elixir, 145 energy. That 5 energy is going to be the difference between whether you get your cooldown like in 3 shots or 4 shots. Okay. So honestly, because it has 20 maximum resource, you actually need 25 alongside with the resource elixir. But you definitely need 150 energy. So you're 5 energy short, even with the elixir. So and good thing you didn't put much emphasis on massive work here. You just kind of just let it go the way it is. But yeah, you're probably gonna want to try and see if you can double crit the maximum resource. I think double crit might get you. Well, I don't know if double crit will get you to 25. Maybe it's like 24. 23 or 24 if you double crit it. I don't know. That's actually kind of close. But anyways, yeah. You do want 20. You do want 25 here at the minimum if you can get it. If it means less crit on the basic attack speed, that's fine. The 150 is definitely like is definitely more important. 150 energy. Good Starless, also good ring, and that is a ridiculous amulet. That is an insane amulet. I don't even know, like. I have no words. I've honestly never seen an amulet like that, like in inside the game. That is absolutely insane. But yeah, those are the couple of things that I like. Those are the things that I would do. Also, you may want to consider going with the regular ring because you're not spending enough. You're not spending a lot of resources to cast Rain of Arrows as much. Just keep in mind, Starless Skies reduces your resource cost by 50%. So that means you're spending 50% less resources, which means that you're getting your Rain of Arrows off a cooldown slower. So while it is more damage because it is Starless Skies, it takes you longer to get your Rain of Arrows off cooldown. So I would consider going a regular ring for that versus a Starless Skies for this particular setup. Yeah, those are the things that I would look at. But you have some really good pieces, but there are like a couple of like niche things that's kind of hurting your setup a little bit. But it's stuff that's like it's kind of niche. It's like if you know type sort of thing. So like don't feel bad about it. It's just yeah. All right. Let me see if I can build and Mr. Goosting. But yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from. That's why I gave you the victimized version, the planner, like on the in the DMs, because it is a bit more flowy to play. It's also why I wanted to actually like test it myself. Like I want to test the things myself because on paper they feel a certain way, right? And I'm like, on paper, it works a certain way, but in practice, what does it feel like in practice, right? That's the important part. So I actually agree with you, Mr. Goosey. When I was playing it, it did feel a bit well, not nearly as much fun. I'll put it that way. That's why I'm doing the other version now. Let me super rocks with more AoE attack. I feel like I'm clicking 20 times to kill a pack of 10 because of a single target. It shouldn't take 20 times or whatnot. Heartseeker actually has pretty decent AoE, but it's based around Shadow Clone and Pain Gorgers. So if you build Heartseeker with just Heartseeker and no Shadow Clone and no Pain Gorger's glove and no way to proc Pain Gorgers, then yes, it's going to feel really bad. But Heartseeker is straightforward to play and things once you understand how the build works. But you definitely can't. You have to have specific things. But the AoE is actually not bad at all when you proc Pain Gorgers with Shadow Clone. If you don't have Pain Gorgers, it is pretty bad. I say that as someone who plays a lot of Heartseeker. And so far I've played a ton of Heartseeker this season. Your build didn't have that, I don't think. Renoville's Heartseeker. Oh no, I'm talking about like the Heartseeker build. I'm not talking about like the Heartseeker Rain of Arrows thing. Just talking about the Heartseeker. So the Heartseeker in the Rain of Arrows build isn't for damage. It's literally just to build stacks for and spend energy for your Rain of Arrows. It's not supposed to kill anything. Now I'm understanding what you're talking about. Yeah, it's not supposed to kill anything. Yeah, it doesn't deal any damage. It's not at all. It's because you don't have enough CD on your Rain of Arrows. That's also partial part of it too as well. All right, but yeah, I think I got the stats I need here. The tempers I need. I think we're about to find out. These can all go, I'll go to hell. We'll just favorite those. Do that. All right, masterwork these. I don't really care where it lands so much. Okay, maybe not all res. Then you say G on the Rotocon? Yes, definitely have to. You definitely have to have that. That's like the only like required GA for the build to function correctly. Yeah, I'll take that. That's good enough. That's gonna be all res. So actually, I wonder if I could run it without putting all res on. I doubt it. All right, so let's go to our spam planner, equip. So boom. Hopefully most of the stuff saved correctly. Lucian, Fist of Fate, Beastfall, Rotocon. Okay. Then I had, what was it? Okay, it wasn't Ahucax. It was Zancax for sure. So Zan. And then Cervix. I'll do crit damage here. All right, and then we're gonna put both rings here. Add sockets. Cool. I guess we can.
Stars guide you.
And we need to get our enchantment. I'm really wondering if I can keep. Oh, okay. I guess I can't keep the attack speed. I must have got a lot of all res. Oh, that's right. Where the hook on? Forgot that that's on my gear. I was like, how am I capped so easily? Where the hook on, baby? I guess in that case, I can swap this out for attack speed then. Boom. Done. All right, so now we're gonna imprint. See what I got already. I got X, Aerostorm. So code. Flip. Need to go fur. Okay, Behemoth is here. I need to get another sword. We need to get rid of Shard. Vengeful. Okay, so let's put this in the stash. Don't screw anything up. Just pick another sword. Actually, I don't really need to even do that, do I? It doesn't really matter because like the second temper doesn't matter at all. Like legit doesn't matter at all. I can just run any sword or a dagger. Yeah, I can run this and this is fine. Legit, all the second tempers are useless unless I go Grasp of Shadows and then I do double damage on Shadow Clone part of it. I can go that route, but I don't think it's as much damage though. Okay, so what do I have? I have Cold Clip. Yeah, I got both Arrow Storms. I got Vexen. I think it probably runs Conceited here then. As a barrier. We'll go Conceited. Triple check my planner real quick. I don't think I need to change anything on my on the boards at all because it's like literally the exact same Paragon board. Go to Victimize real quick. Yep, looks like I have all the stuff. The Fate, Beast Flower, yep. Lucian. Yeah, okay. And then look at my skill tree. I do need to refund. Okay, so we got that. I think that is it. I guess I could build into that. I won't need this. And then Victimize. And I think that is everything. It's my energy on Beast. Oh, I forgot to masterwork my Beast beats.
How shall I guide my hammer?
I want to hit on the resource. Oh, I guess movement speed wouldn't be bad either. But I kind of want to do resource so I can hit 150 without using an elixir. So I kind of want to at least crit once or twice, I think, on resource. Okay, that's once. Am I gonna reach 50? 51. Nice. I just barely got the threshold. Barely. Alright, so now I can use Advantage Elixir then. Or should be able to. Do that. Alright, let's test and make sure my breakpoints and all are correct. I have a feeling I might be missing something, but that always happens when you trade out something or you change out something. There's always something that's like missing.
I'm with you, friend.
No, why am I stuck? Okay, why didn't I go down enough? How about 8.5 seconds? Yeah, so it happened a couple of times, so why didn't it finish? Don't tell me I have to run Elixir or Resourcefulness. Let me see. No? I wonder if it's Cax again. Actually, no, not this time. It's not Cax. How about we do this? I'll move it back. I just want to see if it's an energy issue, which it shouldn't be. Okay, so I can do it with concealment. Okay, that is so weird. Like I know they nerfed the ultimate skill restores type thing, but this feels interesting, like, and not in a good way. Like I shouldn't have to use concealment for this. But maybe I might, but that's gonna be a problem for because I got damage versus Dark Shroud everywhere else. So I mean, I guess I can go Mott instead of Vex, but Vex is kind of big. Wait, do I not have my? Oh, there it is. All right, there we go. So I mean, it works. And my cats is up 100% of the time. Yeah. I just definitely don't have the big hits like I did with the when I went with the precision in the sword, which was kind of my concern. But for like speed farming content, like just doing regular content in places, this is much preferred. All right, let me see if I can do this with Elixir Advantage instead. Okay, so the answer is yes, I can. Okay, well, looks like I have to do concealment then. Peachy, what's up? Finding a double imbuement can make it work, but I need to get deathmatch chest piece. Game won't drop it for you. Ashton, what's going on? Alright. The best place to do this at, and the most fun place for sure, will be Infernal Horrors. So let's jump into Infernal Horrors real quick. Do one of those, and then I'll do Pit. I'm not happy about dropping Vex for a Mott, just so therefore I can keep concealment. I wonder if I needed to crit on, or crit more on the resource restore. Not restore, but like the casting ultimate skills restores. Like if I need to get a better roll on that and then also crit on that a little bit. I don't want to reset that and like lose the break the ring. So I might just set up for concealment for now. I can't wait for the Spire change. When was it possible to spam random arrows? I thought it was only DT thing, only holy arrows. Oh no, this has been possible for a while on Rain. It's just not the same. Like DT obviously spams without needing a core skill in between. You can literally just hold down right click with DT. I have to use barrage in between rain of arrows to be able to do this, to reset. So it's definitely not as spammy as DT. Only thing is, I don't know if this is because I have to use Beast Fall boots. I don't really know if this is, and also no Sky Hunter here too as well. The damage output on this, I don't know if it's gonna match going with the shard and precision or like that. But for speed farming, this feels a lot better than doing it with shard and Heartseeker. Spires, I know, right? Agora, appreciate the follow. But yeah, Morpheus sounds. I played this last season. I played Random Rails this way last season. I think I played more Random Rails and Heartseeker than last season. Then again, I didn't really play much at all last season, to be honest with you. Chaotic offering. I can hold down both buttons, or 3 buttons really. I hold down concealment, hold down barrage, hold down random arrows. And then I dash in between. You know what's funny? What I haven't tried yet? I actually haven't tried this with Starless, actually. I don't think that's going to fix my issue by any means, but I'm just kind of curious. If that would do something different. Like, can I do Starless without having to go smoke, to go concealment on this? I'm guessing no, but no reason to not try. See what happens. Looks fantastic. Yeah, it is pretty looking. Do you think the Orphan Maker bus can be enough where it's still too clunky? Oh no, it's still gonna be clunky. I mean, you can add 1,000,000% more damage to it and like do like a 150 in like 3 minutes, right? And it still will feel clunky. The damage ain't the problem. It's not about the damage, whether it's going to feel clunky or not. It literally is the mechanics. The mechanics is the problem. So I understand why they went the route and just decided to buff it, I guess, like damage wise, but like I really felt like the quality of life would have been better for the player base. So you might have a reason to use it outside of maybe pushing pits or really high tier pits or whatever. They only did it so therefore they can make Rogue not feel so bad in the high pit tier. So they're thinking about the player reception on the pit leaderboards. That's exactly what that buff is for. Literally, it's exactly what it is. So it's like, oh, now Rose can actually hit 120 plus, like 122, 123 or whatever. That's literally what they were trying to aim for. So Rogue doesn't look too bad on Hellties.com. But for regular playing, things that you're not gonna, that you're gonna actually do on like a regular basis, the changes did nothing for it. So it's like a really quick way to kind of be like, oh yeah, rogues are okay, and it's like, or sorry, Orphan Maker is okay, and it's like, no, it's not. How would I change it without changing their core mechanic like reload? So that's the thing. I think, in my opinion, they may need to go back to the drawing board with it, because the mechanic works better in the slower paced game when things take longer to kill. or isn't so zoomy per se, and it's not a lot of density or whatever, right? Like, I feel like it's a unique with a decent concept, but in the wrong timeline. Like this, like Orphan Maker would have been fine towards the beginning of Diablo 4, like maybe season 0, when things did take a lot longer to kill, and there wasn't as much density and stuff like that, like that kind of stuff. With the way things are right now, like everything is frantic, the gameplay is frantic, so having such slow attack speed, in a sense, and having an alternate, which I don't really mind the alternate part. Like personally, I don't mind the alternate part, but like if your more casual players are gonna play it and alternate the skills and can't they're pushing a bunch of buttons and like nothing is happening until like the cooldown ends, then it needs to be like more efficient. Like pushing more buttons to be less efficient feels bad, in my opinion, for the player base. So it's gonna make you not want to do it. Like, why do more work for less result? And not only are you getting less results for doing more work, but the work that you're doing doesn't flow. It doesn't feel like it flows in the current gameplay stand. You see what I'm saying? So honestly, what I wish they did was I wish they would have loosened the penalty, the reload penalty a little bit. Like, don't get rid of it, obviously. I think loosening that penalty, or even raising the attack speed cap. So like it can only gain 100% of your attack speed. So if they were to raise it to like 200% or something, instead of giving us the 100% more damage, I would have been more happy with that, because then it would have felt better while giving us the same damage output. So you still have to reload, but the reload doesn't feel as long or as clunky. You know what I mean? So that's what the route I would have hoped they would have went. Instead of just more damage, because more damage doesn't make people really want to play it more, other than those who are like, who understand, or they're well aware that for like your ultimate pushers, like they're well aware that those push builds are going to feel super clunky and not feel good at all, but you're doing it literally for the number in the rank, right? Like for those guys, they're going to do it regardless. Everyone else is going to be like, I don't know. Still feels awful. I'd rather just play regular Heartseeker. Urban Hardcore is really ruined this season for the other classes. Yeah, fair. Yeah, so I can actually move. That's the one thing about Rain. I can actually move. The movement is actually there. But as expected, it feels great in the front of hordes, as it should. Especially, Crown, God Slayer. Actually, I do want to hold on to that. Oh, 2 GA ring. Actually, that's not bad. I'll take it. Also not bad. I'll take it. I'm so low. I'll take all this. I'll salvage. If so, you guys can do another podcast. Is it today? No, it'll be on Sunday. Sunday, I have a competition. Or not, I don't have a competition. My students have a competition tomorrow, so I gotta prepare them for that and all that stuff. So I'll be gone all day tomorrow. All right, let me go back to Kiovashad and put on Starless and see if that works. Am I also a teacher? Yes. I teach music. That's my main thing. Content creation is like part-time. Okay, let's see. Which one do I want to get rid of? Let's see how this works out, or if it does. I'm also not use concealment and see if it actually works. 2 rogues, a teacher. Oh yeah, me and Ava. Yeah. Yeah. It really helps. It really works pretty well, like for like guide writing or like you're writing bills for the community and stuff. Because as a teacher, you tend to pay more attention to how people react to the stuff that you do, and it makes it like I want to say better, but like you're more in tune with what needs to happen. Okay, so nope, cannot do that with Starless without concealment still. I'm also skipping. Why? Well, I mean, I know why, but yeah, I just don't have enough. I'm not gaining enough resource back. I think I will. So the new patch, I think will make this feel a lot better, because then I'll be able to gain some of the resource that I'm losing. Yeah, it just sometimes I'm not spending enough. I'm not gaining enough energy back to spend to get enough of a cooldown off here. So when I do cast rain, my pull isn't up enough or big enough. And I guess part of it could be I don't have a lot of lucky hits, so like getting innervation to kind of work as well, it's kind of rough. But actually, I don't have any ranks or innovation. You see, that actually helps a little bit. I guess it would with more dummies. Am I gonna participate in the hardcore event? Probably not, because when they start, I don't think I'll be available when it actually starts. Nah, I have to go regular ring. And even that's kind of tricky. I wonder if if I was to go back to Vex, would I still have that problem? But then I have to, yeah, I don't want to do that actually. This is so tight though, like very, very tight in terms of I wonder if how many tempers do I have? What if I went I put it on an amulet. But that malice is better. Gosh. Jessica, what's going on? How you been? Let me not. If I see myself playing this more, I'll make the switch, but I might just need to master word this better. And just worry more about the resource restore than anything. So I might have to retemper. It's so annoying that it's like that though. Like the change to whatchamacallit just made this more difficult than it should be, while they were trying to slow down Death Trap. Okay. Oof, maximum life. That sucks. Alright, so 25, 29. Then we got 35 here. So 55, 54. 90, 89. So we get 89. And then concealment gives me to 40. That gives me 129. But if I had it on an amulet, I have one more primary resource for storing an amulet, then that would solve the issue, and then I can actually go to Starless and get that attack speed to feel so much better with a decent multiplier already on it. Or I can keep it like this and then drop concealment and go back to Vex if I had the whatchamacallit on here. Because then I wouldn't need concealment to do the thing. Okay, so I guess it is more finicky than I thought it was going to be this season, putting this together. I definitely got some work to do for the Master Guide in terms of like... Actually, wait a minute. Is that a whisper? It is. Just chilling. Probably hop on some D4 before bed. Also, PD, appreciate the follow. Okay, well. Open a Whisper Cache and then pit time. Yeah, see how I'm feeling.
It is done.
A 2 GA crossbow. Oof. Okay, so do that. Let's see your advantage.
I boil up raided my stream with
Yo,
111
dark
views.
side. We just got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my
How's it
new
going,
beat
sir?
for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What's going on, sir? I am on my last build. Finally got random arrows together. After finally getting the Word of Hakan and has a chaos armor with the GA on cooldown. But definitely need to make some adjustments on the guy because apparently some things that were, I won't say undocumented changes. Well, there's always undocumented changes, but yeah, getting some of the resource things to happen the way I need to is a bit more finicky than I was hoping for. So glad they put this together because I mean this is the last one I really need to update. But yeah. I'm actually doing a spam version right now. I actually didn't like the shard version at that well at all. It was actually quite clunky. So definitely need to make some changes there for that. But you feeling all right though? You doing all right? Should we? Yeah, let's throw in a 90 and see what happens. My gear is not that good. This.
I hope whatever.
Oh, wrong way. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. That's so bad. Yeah, I gotta get used to muscle memory with the dash. Dashing after casting barrage, then casting random rails, then casting concealment all at the same time. Ugh. Eh. Okay. So that was a lot of like player error in terms of trying to maneuver around, but my resources like just enough. Just enough to cover the 1-to-1. And I really should figure out a better way to make that a little smoother. But I really don't want to like mess up my other good amulet for it. So it'd be nice to be able to run Vex though. Vex would be a nice boost. Power's actually not that bad though. I was expecting more casts for 95. Whoops. Which build is better in the end game, DT or Dance of Knives? Depends on which end game you're talking about. Well, I guess for both, DT. But DT is extremely hard to gear for it to be that good. Like I would say Dance of Knives is probably better overall until you get like near perfect gear. Once you hit all the breakpoints with DT, then DT for sure. Ah, messed up. Whoops. That hurt. So yeah, not bad. I'm on the fence on whether I really want to invest, like really, like truly invest as a second setup. I really want to do with Starless guys though, man. Like it would feel so fluid. Yeah, the extra attack speed.
What's left, you ask?
But yeah, getting that resource is so hard. Curious. How does this really interact with the setup? I don't have to rank it up to find out either, so that's good. See something. Oof. I forgot it ignores the specific cooldowns. That is rough. Never mind. It was good, then not good, then it was good, then not good. This ain't gonna work, but yeah. I figured I'd run into something. I'm just throwing anything at this right now. Literally anything. Yep. Oh well. No hidden interactions there. There's stun grenades also. I wonder. With enough lucky hit, and a primary restore help me. Yes. Like one roll.
Fare thee well.
Yeah. All right. Probably won't do much on like a single target, but if I'm in the big mob of things. It's for training dummies. Not a single. Okay, so I did a little. No, that's just innovation ranks. Or is it? No, that's definitely innovation ranks. So no, I'm gonna have to do concealment. Okay, is what it is.
All right, traveler.
So I guess we'll turn this back to crit damage. The reason for it to be what it is. Alright. And let's go ahead and go for it. I'm scared here, but we're gonna do it. Really resource. Such a low roll too. But it is a roll, so how many tempers I got left? 5. Alright, let me see something. Actually, no, before I even. Yeah, it's such a min roll, but I mean, it might be enough.
Caught a rare one.
Oh, that should I should remaster work this. I just sent it wherever it was. It's on decks. Make this a little bit better. For mastery, I'm okay with that. Not okay with that. It's got to roll one of the three. Yeah. No. Okay. I can roll with that. I can roll with this. Hey, why do I have barrier on this? Gives me 2 barriers, right? Yeah.
I can take common, turn it.
I threw the wrong amulet in there. There we go. Okay, now let's do some more, a little more research here. Experimentation. Now that I have that roll on here.
Anything could be lurking here.
Let's see if we can do this without concealment first and see what happens. Alright, so even with that, I still can't do it without concealment, really? 19, 25, 9, for real? I throw in concealment. Okay. Even with concealment, I can't do it now. What changed? I legit changed. I actually changed it for the better, and I'm having a harder time. What did I do? Yeah, nothing should. This should be better. Okay, that's awkward. I don't understand. I went from being able to do it, and now I can't do it at all. Like, what happened? I legit just changed out the amulet, which should have nothing to do with anything. And in fact, it should have made it better, if anything. Okay, yeah. I don't know what's happening. Didn't change anything skill wise. I still got, yeah, still got that. Why did it stop there? Okay, so there's no way. Okay, there's no way that this is. Okay. So 5 75 73 then aftermath. It's 110 108. So I should be able to restore 108 energy. Then I'll do a concealment, that's 148. I have 151. But that still should be. But I was doing this with lower energy before. I don't understand what's happening. Let me throw another amulet. Okay. Alright, so something happened. I don't know what happened, but something happened. And I can't figure it out. Is it my chaotic power? That must have changed when I was testing something. I didn't change anything back. That might be it. Yep, that's exactly what it is. I was about to say, man. I was like, what happened? There we go. Okay. Alright. I knew I wasn't that crazy. Uh-oh. So this is without concealment. Which means I'm curious, what if I do now? Let's see if I can do this Stellaris with concealment. Okay, so I can. Without concealment. Right. This allows me to go back to Vex, although I guess I could do Zan. Or Zan. I don't have Zan. Dude. I really can't. Can I really take advantage of that? My life is like at 10%. Am I gonna really overpower anything at all? Really gonna give me anything? Zan. Not really. I mean, my overpower hits seem to be very lackluster. So, cervix. Which should make it easier to spam anyways, because then I get my cooldown like slightly lower anyway. Yeah, alright, I'm being too greedy. Okay, so I am understanding what a threshold is. I think I get it now. Okay. Let's play around this a bit more, and hopefully I do a better job playing this setup. I can now go back to Dark Shroud. I forgot what this was or where this was. Why do I have that there? Elixir.
Take a chance, wanderer.
Alright, we'll get about 40 of these. Restock up on the others too while I'm at it. Same thing with instance.
Light keep you.
Let's do some more pitting. Pit tests. This season I either roll min rolls or max mins 9 out of 10 times. Yeah, it gets it feels bad when that happens. All right. I guess we need to test this with Grasp of Shadows though at some point. And Shadow Clone double damage. Really? What am I missing? Oh, you guys? I guess I can get rid of the air perdition shadow. Grasp of Shadows just as a test. Actually, do I even have a good one for Grasp of Shadows? It might just have to just be a boot or something. Guess it isn't bad timing at all. Considering. Apparently I'm missing some mobs. must have skipped too much on the last map. I had all this backtracking. Really? All this backtracking? Pretty self is he gonna give it to me? Oh, I guess he does. One little dude. No. Why can't I cast? Wait, why can't I cast? No. He should have been dead. Okay. Alright, so the spam version is definitely better than I thought it was gonna be. But I am a little disappointed with the Shot of Varathio version. Maybe I should play it more, sort of thing, but like it just felt really clunky, and I guess maybe I'd have had a Utopia amulet. The same thing either. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back to it before I get off, just to kind of make sure. Maybe if I had the rings that I had now, would that have made a difference? It's one of those things I have to kind of think about. Also, the same thing with the amulet, having enough restore. Would that have changed things? But it's definitely more finicky than I thought it was going to be, even the spam version. But the spam version actually feels fine. Feels good. Like the hunger didn't feel bad at all. It wasn't a great map, but it wasn't bad. I was killing things before they became unstoppable, which is always a good sign. Except that time. No, Armor Dude came and ruined things. Wow, what a bad start. Yeah, that last elite, man, it was. He knew he had to do to hang on to dear life. He walked right into the Armor Dude. Aww. This is not a good run, but. Another Armor Dude. this is an awful run. See, that's what's supposed to happen right there, like that. That's what's supposed to happen every time. Those other shenanigans of like not dying and crap that they were doing. Close. Alright. That was just a really bad run. I probably should have gambled too. Alright. Well, it does do the thing. My setup is not the greatest for this, but it works. That patch live? No, it's not. It's just patch notes. Patch notes. The patch goes live on Tuesday. Okay, well, let me save this as is. This is also like the bomb Infernal Horror setup, man. It's like ridiculously good. I guess let me go ahead and do a whisper here, do the boss, and then swap out something for Grasp of Shadows and kind of see how that works. I might have to change a sword or two up or something. Future, have you ever found out what was going on with Grasp of Shadows? Like, is ICD still kind of doing the same thing, or? They're the same. If this game is just was from your end after a while, even though it just goes imbued. Okay. I really don't. It's gonna be some work. I think I'm gonna do the spam version for the guide for the original, and then move the Shroud of Arathiel into the. Well, I'll probably keep the pit version one the same with the Orphan Maker or whatever, but. The spam version is so much smoother to play, and it clears more than fine. But I mean, a lot of work on my end though. I have to essentially redo the guide.
This must have belonged.
He's always an extra spot from grass, yeah. Alright. That could have been helpful. For a build like this, for example. Yeah, I can do this. I should have movement. Do some stuff behind the scenes. Ava, what's going on? So finally got Rainy Rails together and the spam version feels really good, but it took me a while to kind of get it up and running because the resource, the ultimate resource, or ultimate resource stat that got nerfed quite a bit, did a bigger number on the setup than I thought it would. Now, granted, this one isn't in the guide right now. It's the Shard of Raptor version, but I do think this is considerably easier to play and more fluent to play. And you can speed farm hundreds, I bet, with decent gear. I did not like the Shard of Raptor setup when I did it earlier. I'm gonna revisit it again with the knowledge I have now versus when I was trying it earlier on the stream and see if I messed anything up, but I might have to just redo the guide for this instead. Cause then at least I get some movement. Oh, holy lag. Someone's playing Dance of Knives. I don't have a whatchamacallit. All right. Looks for cash. Dancing Knives on Indoor equal GG. Oh, with the poles or whatever. She shouldn't really be able to like do anything though. Like she shouldn't even be able to be able to get those mechanics out. Let's go pants. Alright, so one more. We're in my gear level, 95. The hell is the elemental surge, night versus day? Night, it's like the elements per se. Day is like physical, fire, lightning, or something. This is a really bad start, like awful start. Oh, really? You popped in, no. Oh, I guess I got it anyway. Of course, I went the wrong way again. That was a bad spot to be in. It was a terrible run, but you get the idea. Oh, really? I normally survived that. That's why I didn't move. Oh, those are up. Oh, rip. Next like Mike was say. I thought the first time I died on this on this stream. It really is. I actually think I have more life on this setup than my other usual setups because I don't have a starless. But no, usually I do that. He said hello there. One question. We said, what is wrong with the music? What is wrong with the music? Can you not hear it, or what's happened? It's distorted on your side, really? Huh. Even the big glass and it is activated. Actually, I have plenty of light. This is definitely more than what I normally run with. But yeah, I usually survive that. That's what I'm saying. Like, maybe because I don't have I might not have some DR stuff on the Paragon board that I took on my Heartseeker setup. That probably could be it. But I wasn't trying to like account for that when I was putting this together. I just wanted to run it. All right, so we're gonna run with Grasp of Shadows this time, and then we're gonna. Do I have another double damage sword or dagger? I may or I should, or do I not? I do. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so we can just run that over this. No, over this. I gotta do distant damage though. Temper. Okay. I don't think I have any more tempers, do I? On this one. I do. Wait, do I use this for anything? No, I don't, because it has critical strike damage on it. Okay.
Greetings. How shall I guide my
I'm just playing in the sand. And to be that. Yeah, it's so the thing about it is that it has the movement of being able to like dash after you cast your ultimate, right? So like you can get around pretty quick. It's not like, it's not like DT by any means like that, but like it does have a good feeling of cast, run, dash sort of thing. Where is it? There's this one there. But it's harder to do though. Like I guess it might be easier with some macros or whatever, but it's harder to like, because you have to cast. Like you have to cast, barrage, then rain, then dash, then barrage, rain, dash, barrage, rain, dash, barrage, rain, dash, sort of thing. So like it's like a sequence that you have to kind of like get your muscle memory used to. Yeah. I kind of just want to do. Actually, what was this sword for? Unless it's a dagger. I think I actually do use this dagger. Well, for what build? I don't remember what build I did this for. I literally don't remember, and now like it's like getting to me.
My hammer sings on your return.
All right, no, cause okay, so I use. Okay. Hey, look, hit restore. But for what setup was this for? Like this is my. Is this my normal dagger? I think this is my normal Heartseeker dagger with the shitty master. Okay, so if I was to mess with this, I'm not messing with anything. I only have one shot though, so let's see. What up?
Some steel you need.
Okay, so one shot. Be this one. Damage to distance. Can we do it? Close enemies.
I'll keep my forge hot.
Do I have a temper? Or can I redo it? I do have a shot. Okay, cool. I need a high enough double damage to for an accurate test. That's why I'm trying to get this going. So this might be a bust, but I need to test a bust as accurately as I can. All right, so we got that. We'll pop that. Should be a direct switch, right? Yeah, ultimate. Oh, also the planner is our planner is messed up with the damage the distance thing, Ava. I noticed it last season, and I made the adjustment thinking that maybe it was a game issue or a planner or something like that. But apparently, you cannot cap your Rain of Arrows rank damage or whatever, or your distant damage unless you roll one temper. But on the planner, it says we don't need to. That you can cap it with just Paragon. So I thought maybe it was an error that kind of will fix itself the following season or something, or a following rollout, but it did not. So I'm gonna need to talk to whatchamacallit about that. Vulnerable damage. The crit. Alright, so we dropped Crown of Lucian, which is a massive multiplier for Grasp of Shadows. But we should technically well, I guess we'll see how this works. Just doing a 95, see what happens.
Anything could be lucky.
I think I'm about to go to Kiava Shot in the training room. No, you're still alive. Yeah. No. that was awkward. Okay. You overshare time. Or training room time. Or actually, let's get this whisper. I love seeing boss whispers. Oh, I let go way too early. I thought he died. He jumped up. What is going on with me? That was a troll. I had no barrier left because I thought he died, so I just walked away. There we go. Oh, Bilal's back. Okay. Something. I'm just curious to see how often the clone actually throws it. Also need to see like how like the effect on chronologian and resource expenditure. It should just be all the same because I'm using Beast Fabu, so it just should just spend it all. Be nothing different with it, but so it's gonna shoot wherever I'm shooting. Actually, I wonder something. What if we took off one now that I got shadows? Nope, I'll still run into the hiccup. Alright, I gotta reach that break point. Yo, as a slow Andy being in T3 right now, what console should I farm for items in front of horrors, bosses? Really should do a little bit of everything. Whispers are actually really good, but like, and to not burn yourself out. I mean, I would do Hell Ties and Nightmare Dungeons are probably your best two content right now. And then you want to go straight for like Chaos Rifts, because that's gonna give you the best chances of like being able to get reputation for your seasonal stuff, to be able to get chaos items. So like for Nightmare Dungeons, you want to get the little thing that says Chaos Rifts on it. That's gonna give you the Chaos Rifts inside the Nightmare Dungeons, and they're really good. Baron and Pit for items, yeah. For the seasonal items, for sure. Nightmare Dungeons and Hell Ties are very good right now. In Front of Hordes is like a good overall. Like it's good for a little bit of everything. It's good for XP. It's good for mats. It's good for gold if you need. It's good for chaos armor, stuff like that. It's actually good for. It's like if you want a little bit of everything, In Front of Hordes is the way to go. I'm gonna focus on Chaos Rifts and getting the Chaos armor stuff. Nightmare Dungeons and Hell Ties are better for that. A little bit better than that. Pit is just mainly for XP and glyphs. The oboes for gambling certain slots is actually not bad. But I do think Nightmare Dungeons and Hell Ties would be better for that purpose if that's what you want to do it for. But if you want it, but glyph leveling and pure XP farming, Pit would be the case. Hell Tie will crossplay offer Chaos Rifts, I reckon. Yep, exactly. Yeah, Alex, no problem. All right, so I tested a couple of theories that I thought may or may not work. All right, but we made some progress though, and that was the most important part, was making progress. But it means it's definitely more work for me, because I have to like change stuff. I have to convert the guide into something different. But that's fine, because I mean, this is better. I mean, it's better for everything except for like super high pit. And it's strong enough for people to kind of like level glyphs, level the glyphs, and not feel like they have to like try so hard. It kind of reminds me of Heartseeker with better coverage, I guess you could say, in terms of effectiveness, and a little bit easier travel with the dash. Something that you can kind of like dash after, but sort of thing. But I can drop non-chaos. I feel like I get that more than grinding hordes. Well, Bardock is like, So like the 9 chaos drops is a rare. It's really rare. So if you've gotten it like several times, you are incredibly lucky. Incredibly lucky. But DJ, what's going on? It's the first time back in D4 since since season 2. Yeah, the game has changed a lot since season 2. So a lot of things are gonna feel very fresh to you right now. So I'm sure it's fun. You get it every 2 hours in groups. Well, that's a long time playing though. Really though, every 2 hours though, like I was just straight playing in front of hordes. I've only seen it once. I've done like, I don't know, like 40, 50 hordes. I'm pretty sure by this point. Maybe it's procking of players in the group. I don't know. Maybe. I have no idea.
Take a chance, wanderer.
It'd be kind of odd if it did, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did.
Until next time.
Okay. All right. So we need to save this setup. So I remember what I did. So overwrite. Okay, and this one is okay, so I think I might need to. So how do I go back to whatchamacallit without like destroying my character? All right, so you remove Beast Fall Boost, Brown, Fist. Fist should still be here, I think. Yeah. We need to do, I think, Sky Hunter. Yeah, we did Sky Hunter there, and then I think Chronolucian Boots is what we did. Okay, so most of that still says the same. Okay, Watercon, Sky Hunter, Fist of Fate, Chronolucian. Okay, this doesn't change. We just need to get rid of one of these, I guess. It doesn't really matter. They both do the same thing. Oh, we need to keep the distant damage one, so put the shard there. Maybe we'll get rid of the conceited bear, which is fine. I think everything else remains the same. Roughly. Let me just pick a different temper just cause. Actually, no, I can't. Can I? Yeah, I can. How to get the Chaos Armor? Anywhere. Literally anywhere. Nightmare Dungeons. Helltie, Infernal Hordes. It can do it. Open World anywhere. Bosses. Although the best would be Helltide and Nightmare Dungeons. With Infernal Hordes being a close second. We only have Mother's Embrace Helm drop in your Paragon 150. Did you finish the seasonal quest and everything? Saint, what's going on, man? You just missed like a bunch of Renovalis play. I had to do a lot of finessing. I'm switching back to Shard of Wrathio version, but the spam with the victimized so far has felt the best considerably. But the amount of like adjustments I had to make for resource to cover resource issues has been like a bane of my existence this time. Like I did not think it was going to be that tough to kind of figure it out. But anyways, I'm switching back to Shard. to test something, or to, now that I actually have my resources kind of mostly under control, I want to see if I can throw back on shard and see how that feels. Okay. Then one of those chaos events that's supposed to drop one. You sure it's supposed to drop one? What was it, a rare or a magic one or a legendary one? Legendary? Okay, they don't always guarantee chaos armor for legendary. Not always. In the bottom line. Oh no. So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like the actual seasonal, like the seasonal journey quest, not this. Not this, but the like the actual like quest around the world quests. I'm sure you did, but I guess I'm just trying to make sure I cover all bases. Okay, I'm trying to think of what else is there. Everything else should be fine. I don't think I need to do anything else. I probably do, and I'm gonna go back to it and be like, "What the hell am I doing?" It's gonna happen. Like, I wrote resource card reduction on bow, innovation on one ring, and chance to restore another. And it's just, I don't seem to have any issues. That's so I initially had the resource restore on one and the innovation on the other ring, and I guess because I was trying to do cax, I was like having like big issues. But I might have to change my ring again. Yep. Cax is move Cax real quick. Doesn't want to let me do the thing. Alright. So I wonder if I have to go back to my old rings then. Yeah, see, I don't like the 4 to 5 ratio at all. Kind of went through a lot of different rings. Let's see. I want to keep the ultimate one, so I don't want to mess with any of them. Actually, this one kind of rolled how I wanted to, so let's just use that one. Full temper. Blue lady helps a lot. Alright, so we're gonna do +1. Kind of scared to mess with it though. Dwarf Maker is Chaos Armor better for 360 damage or crossbow or increased chance to cast marksman skills? Depends on the build you're playing. Or yeah, what setup are you playing? Like it's not a like one size fit all answer. Because you're basically asking, is it better to wear it as a chaos or as a two-hander? Oh, for rapid fire, two-hand. It's better to wear it. But I also would be very careful about like actually going for rapid fire. It's pretty clunky and not good feeling build at all. It feels absolutely horrible to play. I actually did it on stream and it was like, kid you not, like one of the worst experiences I've had in this game was playing that. You know what? We'll keep it at that. That's fine. What we have here. That's replacing that. Yeah, I guess. So for her, I guess. So I think just drops her out with his various because the bonus all stats in that and its inheritance resource regen also helps a lot too. Yeah, I did. Cause I guess it's Shroud versus Fist of Fate, I'm assuming, right? But the lucky hit from Fist of Fate should help a lot in terms of resource from with
No witchcraft here, only honest magics.
Can someone please tell me, does Wordle Con cancel all beamers that you mainly press on the ability? So if you have Wordle Con, I actually don't know how to answer that completely. All right, so if you have an imbuement on your bar, and then you press, let's say, Rain of Arrows with Wordle Con, then basically Wordle Con becomes that imbuement that you press. So it will override the Wordle Con's triple imbuement. I don't know if that's what you was asking for, Tim, but yeah, that's what you meant. Am I doing? I'm tired. I'm trying to get this thing going. Okay. Wait, what happened? I thought I changed this thing. Did I just put fur back on the same ring? I sure did. Bro, I am out of it. I'm so out of it right now.
Come back and see us.
Priority, yes. So if you're running World of Hakan, you shouldn't have an imbuement on your bar at all. Like at all. Okay, so Sky Hunter gives 72 energy. I guess make you feel so much better. How so? my armor's low. Well, yeah, I mean, it's this low because I'm not running any instance right now. But yeah, I mean, this season is all about basically doing this thing right here. You do this. Oh, whoops. Yes, you know how tight I am. Do this, this, and then whatever other elixir that you want to run or whatever. Yeah, this season is all about the instance to cap. Yeah, everybody's running around with like next to no armor until then. You're gonna run Queen Supreme. I don't have to. I don't really care if I'm like at 1,000 per se for the content I play. Like if I was pit pushing, I'd probably care, but I don't. But since I don't care. Okay, it's close. It's closer. I wonder if I was to go, I'll lose single target crit damage stack, but what if I go with the ricochet to get better resource management back for now? Yeah, well, that helps. Alright. But since I'm only doing this for a test, I'll figure it out later, but that kind of helped. That kind of did the thing for now. See, why do I have this? Oh, because Random Rail's done. That's good. I'll try living the Martian. So I'll try poison B with the mixture. Add mixture passive. Alright. Well, good luck to you, sir. Okay. Alright, let's keep up this energy in the actual. So I was able to do speed 100s roughly with the spam version with Victimize, the 1-to-1 Saint. Now, granted, my gear isn't like GG or anything. It's like just put together sort of thing. But I assume someone with good gear will be able to do like 2.5 minute 100s. Yes, and that's for leveling, then Death Trap again. Are you asking me or are you telling me? I mean, you can kind of do whatever you want. No, I didn't do any of that. If you're asking me if I did that, no. If you're asking me, do you have to do that? Also, no. There are many good leveling builds. Heartseeker is really good for leveling. Flurry is really good for leveling. Destinaz is probably gonna be the most comfortable for sure. But DT is extremely difficult to build for. Like, build for it to feel good. Like, it takes a lot. So unless you plan on playing a lot, like a lot, I would maybe not recommend DT. But if you're gonna go ham and like farm 5-6 hours a day for about a week and a half straight to hopefully get the breakpoints you need, then sure. But there are a lot of good road builds right now in terms of like the road class. And like even if you're considering pushing pits, honestly, you really want to go with basic, like Heartseeker, double basic with Orphan Maker and some stuffs. But no, I mean, you play what you want. You see that penguins I posted in the D4 general chat? Nah, I haven't seen my Discord in like 10 hours roughly. 10 pretty sure to follow. Yeah, Fleur is really good in game too as well. They're quite a bit of diversity for in game rogue builds. Freaking channeling pylon ruining my run. I shouldn't have hit that. Keep forgetting not to. I have the damage, but I definitely don't have the speed of the span being like the movement speed. Getting around. Ever tried doing an overpower Twist and Blaze this season? Nah, Twist and Blaze is like not in a good spot right now. So, I mean, you can, I guess. Well, actually, I put it this way: it's hard to do anything overpower related on core skills or anything like that because you don't have much life. So, like, the less life you have, the weaker your overpower is. So you give up a bigger multiplier just to overpower, which will give you less damage overall. So overpower is not unless you're not losing any life or using any life like that. Overpower is kind of like bad. I wonder if I'm actually curious. Let me just throw on Sterlis. Just legit out of just some curiosity. Guess we'll switch it up with that. Y'all heard her. Y'all better have her money. Y'all. Files a combination of critical strike damage, life, and fortify. It is. Well, technically, so when they did a rework of overpower is just a flat 50. So overpowering now is like a flat 50% multiplier as long as you have full life. I'm so happy you cleared. I want to 5 road this season. What build did you play? Flurry, nice. Yeah, I totally forgot what I was getting ready to do. What was I doing? I need to use. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any more. Yeah, I guess because of the way this rolled, I don't have enough resource. I don't have enough resource at all. I'm at 131. Yeah, so when I cast, unless my Vex is gonna carry me, but I doubt it. Rogue is so bad this season. What makes Rogue so bad? Is it because tier number versus other class lower? So it's bad in the entire game because it's not S tier. Well, technically speaking, when the new patch comes out, Rogue will be in next tier for pit pushing. But yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you're comparing it to other classes in terms of pit push is concerned, sure, you could say it's bad. But considering that 99.9% of players don't participate, don't actively push in a content that literally has no relevance to the rest of the game, I'd say it doesn't really matter in the overall grand scheme of things. People want it to matter, and I understand why they want it to matter. But until there's like you get something for it or actual competition, sponsorships, you get something for actually pushing or recognition or anything, it's just aspirational. I need something to do content. Goal is a problem this season? It is, yes. I don't know if I like Sterlis. It feels better, but I don't like casting Ring less. It's easy to get them. It's just more so that people aren't used to having to farm like gold. Usually is you find a really good item or a really good, whatever, and then you're set for the season in terms of like re-rolling and all that stuff. So having to actually do hordes for gold or whispers for gold or stuff like that, or gold affixes on Nightmare Dungeons, people aren't really used to doing. So yeah, we're gonna remove the Starless guys and go back to what I was doing before. More so is because I don't have enough energy. If I had enough energy on my shard, this would be a different story. But then I have to use resource elixir, which means then use even less energy with the starless guys, and they'll be even worse. In fact, actually, let's do that now. But, I mean, it would put me at 150. Oh, that was bad. That was really bad. Alright, so don't do Starless. Not like I didn't know that before, but it's always good to test again. I'm still not settled though. I feel like they both. I kind of feel like the spam setup a little better. But that's mostly for speeds. It just flows. No denying that this is definitely stronger though. And I get a second wave. For the next map. How about gem dump for gold? Well, a lot of that will be. It's gonna be a bit different next season in terms of the systems are concerned. So, lunch baggy, what's going on? I want that ring. Like really long rings. I'll take that. Pre this season we had boss Matt Duke versus Infinite Gold. Yeah. I think the thing is the fact that we haven't had a legit economy in like forever. So now that we do have a legit economy and like gold is what it is, you know, it's like, oh, we're just not used to not being able, like, we're not used to gold being the bottleneck. We're used to like the masterwork and mass being the bottleneck. Yeah, I honestly think the gold is actually kind of okay, in my opinion. I think, if anything, I think that the passive rolls on amulets are too rare, and that's where a lot of our gold tends to go. Rerolling passives on the amulets or trying to get a better passive on the amulet, that's like a big goal sink, a humongous goal sink. But like, you know, trying to triple crit an item, I mean, that's gonna take a lot of gold. I mean, period. Like, it should be something that takes a while to get to, not something that we should be able to do in like, you know, a day or two or something, unless you get super lucky. So I think the grind for like triple critting or whatever is fine, but I do think that the idea you have to reset the entire all 3 tiers is rough. But I do think that the grind to triple crit is fine, and the goal is concerned. But I do think that, you know, like I said before, the passes on amulet, it's just unforgiving. Just how rare they are. So, but I'm also someone who normally plays solo and don't really trade much at all. Like, very, very, very rare do I ever trade. So I guess I'm used to kind of having the, you know, more so of the inside the game gold economy. But yeah, for as oof. Rear Flesh of Master Season 2. Yeah, I know that too. So yeah, the gold being the bottleneck is just new. We're just not used to that. Just testing things out with the whole playing build. You have a question? Sure. What's up? I double cause this wig and I'm off level 1. Can I help you level to 60? I'm actually in the midst of testing some things and I'm actually about to go pretty soon. But if someone in the chat would like to do so, that's fine. It's the same build or biggest world or con? What do you mean? Like same build as what exactly? I mean like same build as Heartseeker or same build as the victimized version I was playing? Okay, yeah. This is the mythic variant I'm playing right now. Like legit, the mythic variant copy. Appreciate the follow. Also appreciate the follow. Yeah, I just can't like move as fast as I will like through. So getting to one elite to another just feels a little slower, even if I am like stronger this way versus the spam version. I'm gonna do one more. Like my time feels very similar to the spam version, even if the spam version was a little weaker per hit. Put it that way. So what do you think of Skyhunter for SP variant? Not really. I still think the victimized variant for a speed variant is going to be your fastest option for Rain of Arrows in terms of speed farming. Like throughout the open world and stuff. You don't need stutter step or anything because you'll be dashing all the time. I'll show you victimized. Have you seen my other setup with this? My other Rain of Arrows setup? Or did you just get here like in the very recent? Yeah, no, Crown Hallucinate is going to be far better than Skyhunter for the victimized version. Far better. I won't say far better, but definitely better. Because you can't proc the unique affix. Yeah, you get the extra rain, but there's only a chance of that happening, right? So it's not like a 100% chance to do that. You'd rather hit harder on one rain than to deal less damage, but over the course of 2 rains. Isn't victimized? Okay. Well, victimized isn't. I don't have a victimized version on Max Roll. I have it on the planner. But let's leave this. This has already been kind of like a pretty garbage run anyway. You public or private school? Public school. Private schools usually don't really have like in-depth music programs like that. Most private schools don't. All right, let's save this real quick. I guess we could save it for overhorrors, yeah. Overwrite. Okay, now let's switch to this. I think I can. Don't have to do much of anything. Make sure I got everything. Oh, we're good. Yeah, I think this is everything. Since this feels different, I'm gonna have to kind of get a little used to what I'm doing here. Which elixir did I run? I think it was the advantage, if I'm not mistaken. My runes are good. That changes Cervex, Zancax, okay. Drop it down to 95 so we can see some speed. The buff to Orphan Makers make the pit help the pit pushing build though coming soon. You mean for like the Heartseeker push? Damn, I catching any shit from this government shenanigans. I mean, I guess you could say in general. But not a stream to talk about politics. Also went the wrong way. Wait, actually, where is? Oh no, I didn't go the wrong way. I was going the right way. Wow. See, I mean, I can move considerably more freely like this. But I'm just kind of like doing like a spam, no rotation sort of thing. Or less of a rotation. I started off really bad though, so it's a bad run, but you get the idea. Just when you're running, doesn't use Shadow Clone? No, I wouldn't. I don't use Aggressive Shadow at all. So when you're talking about buff, so let me ask you a question: are you using the Heartseeker guide or are you using the Random Rails guide? Because you just mentioned Shadow Clone. A Heartseeker guy. Okay. Okay. No. So what? Okay. What I've been running so far is Random Rails. This is Random Rails. Even the other setup I was doing earlier was Random Rails. That wasn't Heartseeker. That wasn't a Heartseeker build. That was using Heartseeker to bring down precision or to prop preparation, whatever. That wasn't a that's not a Heartseeker build. That's why I was a little confused with that. I was like, wait a minute, what? No. This is Random Arrows. You have to. So for Heartseeker, you have to use clone. There is no other option. You can't throw random. It can't really throw Random Arrows on there. I did for like a Infernal Horde setup because I didn't really need the damage of clone. But for anything pit related, no, you absolutely have to do clone. There is no alternative. That's why I was a little confused. I was just like, wait a minute, huh? I was like, but yeah, the buff to Orphan Maker for Heartseeker push is pretty massive.
My hammer sings on your return.
Yeah, I have like 5 builds on that. Yeah, I have a bunch. You was wondering, is it way different from Heartseeker? Yeah, but my stream title, I made sure to title my stream what I was playing. Building Random Arrows today. G Rise, what's up, man? Yeah, I've been playing Heartseeker most of the season. So this is the only... I actually did play some Heartseeker earlier in the stream to farm for Random Arrows. But yeah. I separate these guys become unstoppable like way too quick though. Also kind of a pretty pathetic run here. Is 123 pick clear enough for solo self-found? Is that a question or? I mean, technically anything you do past 100 is pretty irrelevant in the game because you don't get anything for it. So like whatever you choose to do past that point is because you want to, not because you have to. Personally, I think once pits start taking like 8, 9, 10 minutes, they become really boring at the high end. It's like watching paint dry because you don't really do anything except for wait for enemies to die with good gear. So it just feels... Oof, that hurt. It just feels very like uneventful when enemies just have way too much HP. But it's the only thing that it's the only thing in this game that allows you to kind of see how far your gear has become or come to or whatever, right? Because you want to test how strong your gear is. But at the same time, though, you can kind of like, depending on the class, you can see how fast your speed runs are. So like, let's say for hypothetical, you were speed running 85 or something, right? You got some upgrades and whatnot. You got a new chaos armor, stuff like that. Now you can speed run 95s, right? That's gear progression, right? Without necessarily having to play content you may not like. That's kind of how I see the metric. I mean, and that's really the only thing for me to really compare or test myself to. Why am I actually like taking? Oh, that's right. My instance ran out. I only have 348 armor. That's why. No, we'll go ahead and leave. I didn't realize my instance ran out. I think right now Heartseeker and Death Trap are fighting. One of them be stronger. Nope, not really. Nope. Heartseeker is actually Heartseeker's the stronger build. However, like Death Trap runs circles around Orphan Maker Heartseeker any day of the week and everything else. So like in any all in-game content, like Death Trap is legit probably the fastest build in the game. But in terms of pure pushing power, yeah, you're not gonna be especially next patch. It's not close. Like Death Trap is gonna end up like capping out like around 115, while like Orphan Maker with the Shaco and unstable power variant, that's gonna be really good for next patch. Will probably cap out around 122, 123, which is about more than double the damage that Death Trap can put out. But like I said, it doesn't really matter. Like at that end, it doesn't necessarily really matter. You play what you like. It'd be fun to do that. Selecting cut the mouse and map mobs and boss, remove the fishing aspects of the rifts. I think they really need to do much more than that. I think what it is, I think for speed farming is fine. They're just not really well designed for longer rifts. They're not. Because there's no strategy involved. You don't do anything different than what you did for speeds. And if you ever played D3 for Gritter Rifts did that better. I mean, don't get me wrong, Gritter Rifts had its problems, but there was at least strategy at the high end. There was strategy. You can tell a difference between one person playing a build versus another person playing a build. It was very... there was some skill involved. Appreciate the follow. Let's see your last measure. No, sorry, Yoda. I've literally gotten every single chaos unique in the right slot for Heartseeker, but haven't gotten on Pain Gorgers chaos unique at all on any slot. That's awful because Pain Gorgers is like the most important unique on Heartseeker outside of Shroud of Varathiel. Strategy equals a good map in the conduit. I mean, you could simplify it towards that, but like the thing is that you have to know how to play Gritter Rifts. Like Gritter Rifts was a whole different game than the regular game in D3. Like you can't just key in, like fish 50 Gritter Rifts at the high end and do well without any knowledge of what's going on, right? You can kind of do that in this game as long as you have really good gear. You have really good gear, and as long as you know which boss you need to fish for and the mob type, then you just stand in one place and watch paint dry until you get to the boss. Right? Gilbert with the sub, appreciate you. And in Diablo 3, you have to know where these pylon spawns were. You have to know how to spawn them. You have to know the percentages in which they do spawn or possibility of spawning. You have to know you have to make good decision makings on whether you skip the floor, you go to the second floor, or you need to go back to the first floor to use a pylon to clear something in the second floor. There's a lot about greater rift pushing that separated people who knew what they were doing versus who didn't know what they were doing. And when you watch someone do it, it was like, okay, this guy actually knows what he's doing. You look at a D4 video of high level pit pushing, and it's exactly the same. Every build, every person, every tier. Literally, you walk, you gather the elite, maybe hopefully get 2 elites, pull them in, stand there, and you teabag them for like 20 seconds. And then you rinse and repeat. That's it. Until you get to the pit boss. And hopefully you have enough DR and good enough gear to be able to take the damage from the pit boss. And if you do, you can just stand there until it dies. That's D4 pushing. It is. I'm not saying D3 was the epitome of like skill or like that, but there was a little something that made it, that can differ from player to player. Like if you watch someone play UE multi-shot on Demon Hunter, like greater pushing, you can tell if someone is actually good and know what they're doing, or just have no idea what they're doing. No amount of gear is going to help you push UE multi-shot and GR if you don't know what you're doing. Like, doesn't matter how good your gear is. You can't fake it. You can legit fake every build in this game. Macro everything. Teabag all the monsters for like 30 seconds. Moving wrist repeat. I'm serious though. Like, I mean, you laugh when I say that, but like, think about it. Watch. And like, again, I'm not crapping on the players. Like, the players who are doing what they're doing are doing what they're supposed to do for D4 pushing. It's not their fault. I'm not saying they're bad or anything like that. No, absolutely not. They're not bad players or bad people. They're doing what they need to do to clear the thing. But literally watch every pit clear, high level pit clear between all the classes. It's literally the exact same gameplay. It's just different visuals and a different T number next to the clear. It's all the exact same thing. That's why I think it's really boring. He was like, "Hey, have you seen the video of the T140 something clear or something?" I'm like, "No, but I don't need to. I can tell you exactly what happened." He walked up to the elite, he teabagged it for 30 seconds, and he either got Spirit Caller or whatever boss that is good for that build, and he fought it for 7 minutes without moving. I guarantee you that's exactly what happened in that video. I don't have to like watch it to tell you what happened. You know what I mean? Like, again, I'm not discrediting anything. I'm just saying, like, it's just kind of is what it is.
Fame rated my stream with 133 viewers.
We just got raided, son.
What?
You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers.
Sheezy out. Fame with the raid. What is happening? What is happening? I'm actually was kind of towards the end of my stream myself, actually, but I don't mind. I appreciate you. Thanks for all the people coming in. We're actually just kind of just chatting a little bit. Who was it? I was talking about. Is it it's pure solo stuff fun. I actually love solo stuff fun. I wish there was like an actual mode for it though. Like an actual mode for it here. Like, I would so do that every single time. Sure. I D4 stream you today. Not bad. I was putting together Rain of Arrows and I had to kind of make some adjustments or whatever. I got to make some adjustments on the Master website now that I've actually played it. And I mean, you can put whatever you want on paper, but when you actually play it, you see some things that don't work or some hidden things that didn't make it in the patch notes. It's kind of crazy. It's like Adelis said, the Thorns clears are the worst. Everyone was bragging. It's like, man, that build sucks and it looks so boring. I'll put it this way. I think aspirational content is fine. Aspirational pit pushing content is fine. I do feel a certain kind of way if people are like bragging about the macros that they use in a game that you're playing against the AI with gameplay that is the exact same as literally every other build when you watch the clears. I mean, do you? If that's your MO, fine. But like bragging about it though, it's like bragging about solitary. You know, or being the best shoe tire in the world. You know what I mean? Like, okay, sure, if that's your MO, that's great, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not doing anything. Like you yourself, like already the pit pushing is already like watching paint dry. It's not difficult. And then you want the game to play itself. And then you want to tell everybody how good of a clear you did when the game played itself and all you did. And I mean, you know what I'm saying? Again, I'm not talking about the players who like just really like doing it, but like having an ego about it in the game versus the AI though, like I don't know. That to me, that's so weird. That's so weird to me. And like it could be just because I used to be an esports gamer, so like playing against real people is just a whole different experience versus playing against the AI. So I never saw like even Greater Rift pushing in Diablo 3 was fun for me. And while I did get some rank 1 clears, I never bragged about it. I just thought it was fun. It was something to do because I was trying to do it with less Paragon and less toughness and whatnot that. So I was doing self-made goals per se, but never have I ever tried to put anyone down for it. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you're playing against the AI at the end of the day. Like that, there's only so much the AI can't do. It can't learn your movements. There's no mind games. Like mind games is one of the hardest things to be good at or to understand, and you can't mind game an AI. So, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. Fame gets it. So no, but that's generally why I don't really participate in Diablo 4 pay pushing sort of thing. I just have a hard time having fun with it. I don't have fun with it. And there's no skill expression. There's no like what would Dioxide do in this pit, right? The same thing as everyone else does. Just find an elite, teabag it for 30 seconds, rinse and repeat. That's it. That is the strat for every build. Every setup, every build. Oh wait, the elite just went unstoppable? I guess I gotta teabag it some more until it dies. And then you get to the boss. Just hope that your gear is like Korean level so you can take all the hits there and there. Smack at him for what, 7 minutes? And then tell all your homies how good you are. And again, it's not the player's fault. It's not the player's fault that that's the way it is. Blizzard just needs to find a better... Blizzard, there needs to be... I feel like aspirational content should come from somewhere else other than Pit. Inferno Horrors is perfect, in my opinion, for aspirational content. They can totally make that a scalable content that feels so much different than the other Diablo games. I don't understand why they don't do that with that. I don't get it. It's like right there. Season 5 was great because of it. Because it was like, oh, T8 hordes. That was actually kind of hard for most builds. Right? it was aspirational. It was like, oh, your build can do 2 TTA horse? Okay, okay. All right. You got a pretty good setup. Like, that was the only season where we had something else different than what pit tier can your build, do, right? The skill and D4 is time management. It's also tenacity too. I don't underrate tenacity in that, because it does take a lot of tenacity to want to put up with the crap of pit pushing. I don't have that tenacity. I did in D3. I do not in D4. And that is a skill in itself, to literally hate what you're doing to get a clear, because people expect you to do it because you've been doing it for so long. So the people who do pit push all the time, they expect them to do it. So now it's kind of like, oh, well, I guess now I have to do it. And they have to suffer through that, suffer through the process of fishing and pushing, and something that they do not enjoy doing. Let me rephrase that. They don't enjoy the process of doing it. They enjoy the result. I'm pretty sure everyone enjoys the result. It's like, oh, I did it. Big sigh of relief, right? But the process, no one likes that. Not a single person. I have yet to meet a single person in Diablo 4 or Diablo 3 when I asked them, hey, do you find fishing fun? Do you find the aspect of resetting over and over and over and getting the wrong boss over and over, is that enjoyable to you? Not a single person has said yes to that. All right, we'll do a horde with this. All right, and then all right, we'll do this. All right. Was D4 more motivation than you do the leaderboards? I don't think it was really the leaderboards. I think it was, that's how people found out about me, was because of leaderboards in D3. Because I would do kind of weird, I won't say weird setups, but I would do like really glassy setups that most players wouldn't do. And I would have like pretty high, or maybe top 3 clears with like less Paragon than some of the people that were around at the time. So people kind of like found me for that. And I think when I first started streaming, people just kind of expected that. Like they kind of like, people knew when I was going to push, like towards the beginning of the season. Like they knew when I was going for it. So I would get like a bigger audience, and my videos would draw attention. My push videos would draw attention. So I think I kind of did it for the sake of people were kind of, expecting it. And I think that's kind of why in Diablo 4 I told myself I don't really I don't mind, don't get me wrong, I don't mind people being like, yo, we're like, we're here to watch you, push or whatever like that, right? Or, see you push her. Like, I mean, that was cool, but I also didn't want to get pigeonholed into just that. Where like, okay, well, I'm not pushing, I just want to just farm, and people are just like, well, you're not pushing today? I'm like, nah. I was like, all right, well, I'll see you when you do, right? And it's like, okay, I think I painted myself into a corner as a creator, as someone who only does that, or a primary goal is that, right? So I needed to expand, and like I knew in Diablo 4, I'm like, if there was any sort of GR-like content, I won't do it nearly as much as I did in Diablo 3, because I don't want to be branded just for that. But it's kind of hard though, right? It's kind of hard because I am a competitive person, but I also want to light the competitive activity. I don't want to get pigeonholed into doing something I don't like to do. Do you think in front of wars should scale infinitely? And then rank a system who gathers the most Aether? I wouldn't do that because gathering the most Aether just depends on the boons you get, which are randomized. So it will be unfair. There'll be no way to really have a true ranking in terms of like of that sense. I did talk about. I did make a suggestion at some point that I kind of really like. Kind of forgot what it was. What are rating? Do you mind saving it for tomorrow? After watching YouTube video fixing my stuff, I could run Char and went from T4 T2 to speed to T4 lightning speed. Thanks. I do feel kind of dumb missing the most important piece of the build. It happens. It happens. Yes, sir. I spent over 100 hours every season to clip the balance in the build guide, and I can clear T4 after only 20 hours of playtime. After that, there's nothing else to build except for pushing the pit. So that's true. That does become true. That's fair. Like, I know why people do it. I think the thing is that like I dislike when Blizzard starts using that as like a metric of balance, because the player base, kind of, puts a lot of emphasis on it. But it's one of those things where it's like, if people do it and people make reference to it all the time, then Blizzard has no reason to change it. Because then Blizzard think it's fine. What people are saying, people are caring about what build does what pit tier, whatever like that. And as long as people, put so much emphasis on the pit pushing aspect of the game, or what builds can and can't do, then Blizzard has no reason to change that formula. They're thinking that it's okay. And it's kind of unfortunate because the value of a build completely changes whether you take pit into consideration or not. Right? Let's just say let's say hypothetically, if pit was capped at like 100, right? All of a sudden, the best builds would be completely different. Completely different. All of a sudden, Pulverize would be one of the worst builds to play. Despite how strong it is, but Pulverize would actually be like C tier if Pit was capped at 100. Right? And then all of a sudden, Rogue would be literally the best class in the game, followed by Sword. Maybe Sword or Spiritborn. I don't know which one would be second. But Rogue would technically be the best class in the game. And you see how much emphasis we put on, when we jump past 100, how important we find it as a community, right? But all of a sudden, the value of a build changes. But the issue I have with that is that because there's nothing that you gain from doing anything above 100, putting value on a build based on content that is technically irrelevant for the game just gives the builds such a wrong rating for overall experience. Does it increase the XP or something? It does, but very little. Very little. As in there's way more HP than the XP gain that you get. So it's better, honestly, to farm like 80s in 1 minute than it is to farm like 110s in 3 minutes. No, the diminishing returns is less than that psychedelic. Literally is less than that. So it starts under 100 actually, which I also do kind of think it is a little silly, but I understand your point, but your build guys may use it for pit runs. Well, not necessarily. All the Maxwell build guys we do for everything. That's why we have a pit push variant. Like the standard guide, like the main part of the guide is not the pit pushing part of it. You make a pit pushing variant for those who do want to push the high level pit, but the main things in the guide is not the pit push. Raven is like, people don't talk enough about that. Yeah, it really is about the speed and efficiency. But yeah, I do think Hordes is I think Hordes is chaotic and would be a great ground for aspirational content or scaling content. Personally, I would love to see that move to the Hordes. But I'm assuming they're gonna make other content or whatever for possible competitive things, and I guess we'll just kind of see how that feels. But I hope it's different from Pit, like different enough from Pit. I do need to make this a speed variant though on the Random Rails guide. But this is a lot of fun, especially in the Hordes. I wonder if I can make use of hit and run with this. You know the wind up sound from Random Rails. It does sound like it's like a shotgun cast. It can be kind of loud though. It is disproportionate audio wise to the rest of the skills or whatever, like sound, like just volume wise. But this one's still not. Blown spinner nigga can get 5k plus 8 on a goblin way forward. Not single goblin can escape. I would almost bet that I can probably do that on rain as well. Rain covers the entire screen. But yeah, I mean with that, yeah, I mean that for sure. Yeah, but I would love a goblin chaos wave on this setup. Oh, okay. How's it going? It's been a minute. But yeah, Mihail, I got you. For this build, which damage do you have turned on for visuals? Just crit damage. At some point, I'm gonna just turn it off. Honestly, I've been meaning to do that. I just kind of forget. Oftentimes, if I'm testing something or if I just put something together, I kind of need to know like what the numbers are actually hitting for initially, to kind of see if it's in the realm of the ballpark of what I've theory crafted or what I planned out or whatever. And then once I know that, then I just turn the numbers off usually. Are you building a blood spinner, Necro, at any point, Raven, or are you sticking with ball? I'm gonna need you to start sticking my boost. That actually really wasn't a. That actually was not a good run. I did not get. I didn't get any of the trifectas at all. I guess I had really good AoE clear, and with the event spawning quicker or whatever like that, which is really the only thing that kind of made that all right. I was able to like clear the events really quickly outside of the spires. But best place to farm souls, legions. By far, legions are the best. In fact, we actually got one coming. In a minute and 48 seconds. Let me go through this boss first, and then I'm gonna do a legion, and then I'll probably pop out. So this really is a great Inferno. Oh yeah, it's like, it's like it's legit like design. It's like made for Inferno hordes. The coverage. Alright, now we're gonna go to Legion. I don't know which one I like speed farming with more though, this or like just regular Heart Seeker. Alright, so where is this lead? Here. How goes the grind? Not bad. Not bad at all. I actually found a chunk of the gear that I could finally use like in the past like day or so. I've been getting pretty mediocre chaos items or ones that just didn't really fit in the right spots that I wanted. I mean, yesterday and a little bit earlier today, me trying to mess with things. I found some bomb pieces. They're not GG pieces, but they were like exactly where and what I wanted. How the barrage feel when testing? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Not good. Actually, no, I didn't do the spam one on stream. I did it off stream. My day off. So the spam version was just not strong enough. Like it just was not strong enough to recommend. And then the Orphan Maker version was, I don't want to say is, I mean, I guess I guess you could say clunky, but like even with the power of Orphan Maker, it still just felt kind of meh at best. Rapid Fire was awful. Like it was god awful in terms of playability. It hit hard. It hit really hard, but it was like the worst thing I've ever played. Nah, no thank you, Raven. I'm good on that. Hey, we used to want vulnerable, or whatever, but now we don't. Now we don't really care. How's Rogue this season? Well, it depends. If you're living a life of pit pushing, like, you know, like seriously pit pushing, and you care where, like, the tier that you actually do, then I wouldn't play Rogue. Rogue is not doing well on that front. If you're not about the pit push life, then in terms of pure end game, Rogue is doing well. And what I mean by well, I mean there's a lot of Rogue builds that do fairly well in the game's content. Like we have about 4, maybe 5 builds that actually do feel really strong to play for the majority of the content in the game. I guess want to speed farm 9 pit 90 to level up. Yeah. So yeah, there's like 6 builds that can do that on Rogue. If that's your metric, then yeah, there's about 6 Rogue builds that can do that. Smudge wanted to find Play Barrage. Well, Orphan Maker is getting buffed on Tuesday, so the Orphan Maker Barrage variant version will feel a little stronger for sure. I'm not trying to like prevent you from, you know, from playing it. I just think that like I think coming from playing Heartseeker and some other things, like I guess Wish Barrage actually did more damage for the effort that you had to do to make Orphan Maker work. Is what it's mostly what I'm getting at. Which one's the easiest to gear up? Probably Flurry. Flurry followed by Heartseeker. No, Flurry followed by Dance of Knives, followed by Heartseeker, followed by I wouldn't call the others easy. Those are probably the three easiest. Dash Rogue, yep. What is pit pushing it for? Is it gear check, RNG skill? It's more so like time and gear check, most like primarily, and the knowledge of knowing what's a good riff and what's not, what's a good pit boss, what is not. Past that point, it's, you know, there is RNG obviously. It's kind of really it. The time is probably the biggest factor. Like well, sorry, gears is the biggest factor, followed by time. Okay. Well, cool. All right. Well, I definitely got some work to do. I will be back on. I plan on being back on tomorrow night or tonight. Who said something? I'm on my video. I feel like most of the comments on my Heartseeker video is me telling them to watch the video for the answers to their questions without like actually saying watch the video. Because it's like people had questions about like energy issues that they have on the Heartseeker build, which I totally get. I understand. But I also talk about it in a video. Like I thought about it for a good like a minute and a half, 2 minutes, all the different things you can do, what happens, and also why you're running out of energy. But like 30 to 35% of my comments in my YouTube video is, hey, I'm playing your Heartseeker. I got your build running and everything, but I just keep running out of, you know, energy. What am I doing wrong? What's happening? And I'm just like, I can understand if you're saying it here on stream or whatever, but like if you pull up the video and then you said it after you're saying this after watching the video, that makes me wonder. Like, did you just see the video and comment before you watched the video? Like, how did that work? I might need to make a chapter just for that. Maybe that'll make things a little easier. Where I just like point out. I guess, you know, I guess I could do that. Let me check something. Details. See, and 15 energy management. Maybe that helps. Make it as easy as I possibly can. There we go. Saved. You should play Druid only. I did dabble into some classes sometimes in some seasons. I think for me, it just depends on the season. If I'm enjoying the season, I'll try other classes. If I'm not, then I don't make it past my rogue, and that's kind of it. It's Heartseeker as strong build as other rogue builds. Yeah. Heartseeker's pit push variant is considered the strongest for the pit push. Now, keep in mind it is different from pit pushing in regular content. Like for regular content, DT, once you have it all together, like if you have like the like everything, all the breakpoints, you met all of that, then DT is technically the best overall rogue build. But there's about 4 really strong rogue builds right now. That's DT, Heartseeker. Really strong as in like relative to rogue. Let me make sure I say that right. Yeah, DT, Heartseeker, Dance of Knives, Flurry, and Rain of Arrows. 5. Do I have a Flurry planner? I do not, but the one on Max Roll is very, very solid by Matthias. Matthias does a lot of pit pushing, so he actually played that build this season first. A quick question on the build: do I swap to prep variation with Shard of Rathiel? You swap the preparation with Shard, yes. Yep. What's the best for leveling the 1 to 60? I mean, pretty much Dance of Knives, but Flurry as well as Heartseeker are very good leveling builds, and it just depends on what build you're going to. So like, let's say if you're going to play Flurry in game, then you're probably going to want to do Flurry leveling, and that's fine. Heartseeker in game, then you want to do Heartseeker leveling sort of type thing. But like, let's say you want to do DT in game, right? Then you pick any of them, really. You know, Heartseeker, Flurry, or Dance of Knives. Dance of Knives will get you there more comfortable, I guess you could say, because it's just so easy to play and put together. All right, guys. Actually streamed for longer than I was intending today. My thing isn't working up. There we go. Who to go to? You know what? Clip this. We're gonna go to clip this. Hey, what is Rob doing up still around this time? Of course, yeah. All right, so Rob is sleeping. Is he really? He's got 2K views to be to be sleeping, watching him sleep. Nah, but usually like I know the late night crew, like the people who are like up around this time, or at least, you know, I guess for Germany, Europeans is probably what, almost noon for y'all. So like it's like the afternoon probably. So I guess that kind of works. Peacher, you've been lurking all this time. Peacher has a really good planner. Were you here all this time? Rainey's been asking. Like Rainey's asked if I have a Flurry planner. Yeah. If Peacher wants to post his, he can. He's like one of the like Flurry legends. The people who like, he's like played Flurry since the very beginning and never like weaved off of it. So like, yeah, I would absolutely follow whatever Peacher puts out on Flurry for sure. He's like one of the original OGs, like the OG of OGs of Flurry players. So I'm about to raid out, so I guess you might have to DM him or like message him privately or some way. So actually, hold on. I'll cancel. Said Flurry's doing. They said Peach is doing raids. No, he's doing horrors. Okay. But if you don't catch Pichu right now, Rainy, you can always just hop in my Discord because he's there too as well, and you can track him down there, stalk him if you need to. But yeah, enjoy Cliptus. He's an awesome dude, super wholesome guy. Does a lot of work for the community. You definitely will enjoy his company. But I will be on, I guess, later tonight. We'll do kind of mostly the same thing, but I'll probably end up spending the evening like updating some guides and stuff like that. So it'll be like part gameplay, part updating planner and guides and stuff. Just make sure everything's up to date and things. But other than that, appreciate y'all. And as always, till next time.